come to the land. Of course, you unfortunate outcast.
Oha. Oha.
Have they served you? I can put turning one to aid you. Need to the fit. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. Use it. It will summon Torrent. Treat him with will. I'd heard hand upon the talk thou art to call forth as I was entrusted by Torrent. 'Tis a bell of course summon them with a spirit. Forgive mine intrusion, tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet.
everyone only to have their life. Did you know the lark when you think you're all heading to enticed? Well, that means I don't have it's there. I want to do nothing. Can you take
Oha. Waka.
Name's Bern. Let me ask, are you here and does your despite
Yes, takes me back. Any interest? All I know. Now's the time. Not floating your...
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haight, servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor. Well, that's so. Despite of people might have untarnished, I want you to knight command. What do you wait, my ford? Oh, I fret not, celebrate.
to see whether and it seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is but one I can take gathering place.
这绝对打不过。好卡。 哎呦，我知道为什么卡了，他们两个都在这。我操，差点看不出来那是一只浮在地上。我操，要快点冲刺的兄弟！脚上的是 ，Oh my god！ 好，对他，等完。啊 ，so close， 还是从外面的，从外面会不会走到外面？嗯。 吧，它不会跳那么高，会跳但不会跳那么高。哎，对啊，现在是这样。查一下。然后吸管在哪？好不好？吸管在哪？对啊。 没有，在房间吧。
Well, it's been an age. How can I help? Yeah.
在那个书桌上啊，另外一个书桌上。
Have a safe journey.
剩一下子上去。 果是这只，哇，这只护甲太高了。塔尼斯偶尔过去。
Well, you please. I'm hungry.
哦，干，要被入侵。先别打他，谁都打不过火场，也没有事情。哦，干！对，有黑刀，有黑刀，好的，有黑刀。 和他一起。
太久了。
要等其他。哎，没有吃所以。56滴啊！ 操！吐了，真的，不要这样欸。
Buying or selling?
哦，你他妈认真啊！我操！还是射雷射的那种。我感觉我的显卡在嘶吼。他妈认真。
Edgar. So you can see menial to gave me good foul.
I'm sorry, but whatever. Take this.
我先回入口跟海达讲话好了。这应该不会有他的信啊。讲的好像也是。而且攻略完 BOSS 之后，不管怎样，他都会变复仇者的。
Hello, might I bend you? My name is a servant's there. But I swear my good father decided himself. The servants, they've since come. I fear it's no. Please, would you mind in my soul wishes? Please. I just... Thank you. Then please. Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
他脸长什么样子？哦，他的眼睛。他眼睛真的很像被烧哎。射出。算直剑还是匕首？赞。错了，我靠，点错了，完了，完了，完了，完了，快跑！快跑！快跑！真的快跑！我操！我操！我就完事了，他没有远程攻击。 这么痛。早知道就应该。
这基本上就是第4部的诞生方式。你可以看到它与第3部有所不同，因为让第3部与第2部不同，让第4部与第3部不同，这就是JoJo的创作方式。我发现角色的成长和背景非常重要，比如他们出生在什么样的地方，他们的父母是什么样的。如果你知道这一点，那么他会更容易理解和创作。这就是我这样做的目的。我发现血统非常重要，这可能看起来有点牵强，但是这就是第5部的开始方式。在第4部连载的时候，编辑部就问我，你会创造一些带有悲伤风格的故事吗？说实话，在某种程度上，悲伤不就是生活的本质吗？编辑问我能不能画，一开始我说这不是我的风格，但在真正开始创作第5部时，我突然有种想画的冲动，如同被社会排挤却又不失正义感的悲凉，这就是我含泪为黄金之风写的。JoJo的最后一个 BOSS 必须非常强大，在这之前我已经让迪奥有了停止时间的能力，所以我认为除非我能想到更为强大的提升能力，否则读者不会高兴。因此我想，如果能把时间加速的非常快，会发生什么，并最终让我一拳。当你不停地瞎想时，你的大脑会变得非常奇怪。如果你想到时间，就会觉得它很神秘；如果你能控制它，它可能是一种终极的力量。关于我的日常思考过程，首先我会想出这种终极力量，然后思考你究竟如何打败它。在画JoJo的时候，我自己也经常想，他们会输掉这个，他们不可能赢。但是这种思考方式就是我创作的方式，所以直到现在，我还在想第1部的问题：谁是世界上最强的人？我发现那里有很多浪漫可言。艺术总是在变化。举个例子，我之前说过肌肉型角色在80年代很流行，但是到了90年代就不是这样子了。所以当我开始新篇章的时候，我把乔鲁诺画得很苗条，就像一个正常大小的人一样。从帐主时代开始，我决定将主角的外貌从参考神话转变为更为普通的人，这就是艺术演变的方式，这就是我的想法。这些姿势受到意大利雕塑的影响，我真的很喜欢身体扭曲的方式，让我想把它们变为一幅画。另外，除非你也是个画画的人，否则你可能不会理解，比如骨盆会上下移动，这就是我感觉到有趣的地方。确实是受到恐怖电影和摇滚音乐的影响，在前卫的摇滚和恐怖音乐中，他们使用合成器和一种叫电子琴的乐器。你知道他们在恐怖片中经常发出这样的声音吗？我想要在我的漫画中使用它们，但是我只想用字母表现出来，所以它们自然而然地变成了我使用的那些发音词。第一次见面的人都会认为我像陆半那样，我曾经也想过像陆半那样演绎人生，但那只是我想象当中会发生的事情，实际上并不会这样，所以很抱歉，但我并不像岸边陆半那样。现在每个人来我家都会感到害怕，非常对不起，我现在要改变你们对我的印象。好吧，我有时确实会尝试吃一些不寻常的东西，如果他们告诉我这是可食用的食物，那么我会吃掉它。在2007年2月出版的《幻影之血》电影指南中，记载了荒木老师的访谈记录。当然，特别是因为乔鲁诺和他们的朋友的命运如此不幸，我必须确保他们的故事背景能得到很好的说明。说实话，我还想为他们多画几页。是的，我也想画花京院的，但是当时我对是否要这么做犹豫不决。我认为在决战中讲述他的童年是不可接受的，所以我就把它变成了一个独白。现在回想起来，我本可以用1张大约19页来画花京院的童年，但在少年 Jump 那个时代，周刊中没有战斗画面是不对的。实际上，我从没有打算这么做。即使是在不灭钻石连载期间，人们也在猜测卡斯是否会回归，但这个系列故事就不像会是朝着那个方向发展的漫画。我也不是那种会写这个情节的人。如果真的往你们期待的方向创作，对我来说一切都结束了。我认为，如果被读者提前想到了我之后的剧情，对我来说是失败的。虽然有很多漫画会朝那个方向发展，但如果我那样做，那就结束了。 即使在我还是孩子的时候，我也从不认为一个可被预测的漫画会很有趣。就是这样，在2007年8月收录的《Time Mike None》中，记载了荒木老师的访谈记录。我想我会选择岸边露伴的替身，我想通过打开人们的思想来了解他们在想什么。是的，确实是如此，因为他从不摘帽子，这样一来，陈太郎显得更加优雅。我希望读者能从背后认出他，而不仅仅是他的正面。在2008年2月的日本媒体艺术节上，荒木老师有了如下新的对话。是的，但问题是体力。虽然我已经从周刊改为了月刊系列，但是当你在40岁或者50岁时，你的体力就会下降。年轻的时候睡一觉就能好起来，但现在不一样了。如果你有一个不好的关节或其他什么，你得忍受它，它会变得越来越糟糕。漫画家和运动员一样，都需要长时间保持状态。《彪马野狼》是一部让你有种穿越美洲大陆感觉的作品，尤其是马儿奔腾的那几场戏，真的很累人。我敢肯定，画马和骑马一样累。当我达到终点时，我会感到如释重负，因为我是比赛的参与者之一。但是几个小时之后，还会有另外一个 stage 等着你。在2008年4月出版的石之海文库版本第1卷中，记载了荒木老师的心得体会。石之海是什么意思？石头代表着徐伦的意志，而海洋则完全象征着女性。当然，石之海也可以指代着故事发生的监狱形象。决定画石之海后，我想收集一些材料，然后去了佛罗里达州的一所监狱，里面分为少年拘留区、女子拘留区、男青年拘留区和死刑拘留区4个区。我要办证才能进去。在美国也有一些私人监狱，在那里减刑成为了一门生意。我可以进其中的3个区，但不能进男青年拘留区，因为太危险。我不确定是不是因为幽闭恐惧症的影响，但我非常紧张。我觉得自己处于换气过度的状态，呼吸不畅。有些囚犯无论我告诉他们多少次我来自东京，他们都希望我送他们到寒门神经。而且还有一些身材魁梧，像电影里老大哥。坐在他旁边的却是一个身材苗条的女孩，应该是他的心腹，借口问我几岁。后来我很诚恳地向监狱长描述我的感受，我真的急得快窒息了。当我终于可以出门回家时，我感到如释重负。到第6部时，我一直对徐伦感到担忧，并质疑自己，如果我处在什么样的情况下，我认为在被投到监狱里仅仅3个小时之后，我可能已经感到被摧毁。我的印象里，在之前所有的99主角中，徐伦是最坚强的，我最希望他能够幸福。在2009年2月出版的石之海文库版本第11卷中，也记载了荒木老师的心路历程。第6部石之海之后为何要重启99宇宙？为何第7部彪马野狼要设定在新世界中？具体内容请见我之前的一期视频，那里已经有非常详细的阐述了。好的，以上便是第4期关于荒木老师访谈的汇总，之后应该还会有2期带给大家。如果你喜欢这个系列，请订阅我这个频道。我是木易，我们下期再见。
所以呈现。God，
卡丁车漂移。
I recently shared this clip on Twitter and used it as background gameplay in a video. It's a random 1v3 that's only really special cause I survived with literally 1 health. And the one thing people pointed out about it was how I was able to go out of the heat shield without taking damage. Some found it just funny because I was literally one, but others were genuinely confused how I didn't take storm damage. So I wanted to point out that how the ring damages you is 100% predictable from within a heat shield. And you can play around that fact. The ring will damage you with a tick of damage every 1.5 seconds. That tick occurs a bit delayed after the heat shield sound and glow. Heat shield, damage. Heat shield, damage. Knowing that, you can time being outside of the shield without taking damage. And if you are in a really tight pinch, you can spread heat shields 1 slight jump apart. What works for me is to start sprinting from the back of the heat shield, slightly after the heat shield glow, and then slight jump through it. So if you are ever in that 1 in 1,000 endgame situation and this helps you out, come back and comment on this video.
Честно, почти открыла камеру.
Hello and welcome to another Livestream Moments video. We're excited to share with you our special holiday series featuring some of the most WTF funny fail moments from all of 2022. As a thank you to our viewers and subscribers, we will also be including codes throughout the entire video that can be redeemed for 1,000 Apex coins on any platform. Don't miss out on your chance to get these rewards, so be sure to keep an eye out as you watch this video all the way through. On behalf of the Livestream Moments team, we want to express our gratitude for your support of our channel, and we really hope you enjoy the special video we created for you today.
Supplies coming in.
This is one of the few situations where a Pathfinder zipline can be much more effective than a Wraith portal.
rated E for everyone.
看你好像没有太多的装饰跟，就比如说耳环啊，或是指甲之类的，对吧？你没有去做指甲。指甲因为那个。
恋爱家教什么？恋爱家教 Edward 2170个订阅，这个吗？是这个吗？
嗨，我是 Edward。好。
我是女的、啊，我看到她介绍自己的时候，我就打枪了。Edward。
嗨，我是 Edward。
哎 ，Edward， 傻小了。我看不明白啦，我不知道大家在骂他什么、啊。哦，有人丢链接给我了，谢谢。
嘿 ，Hello。我刚在路上看到你，觉得你还蛮可爱的，想说过来认识一下。对，我叫 Edward。
哎 ，Edward。真的受不了。不是英文不好，你可以直接说你的中文名字没有关系，为什么一定要叫自己英文名字，然后发音又不对 ？Edward。他已经毕业了，有什么好笑的？恋爱家教老师，好巧，嘿嘿嘿。妈的，这好意思说自己恋爱家教，好意思说随机搭讪路人，一点真实性都没有。你隔壁那个女的看到镜头在拍，她跟你聊得这么尬，还愿意跟你聊下去，还转过头来看，哎，那你星巴克要一起喝咖啡，不满啊，傻小啦，哇，刚好有人拍耶，他聊得这么尬，一起嘻嘻哈哈的，还 OK。那请你可以在星巴克这样。
常这样真的会有女生听他讲话吗？
我是女的，我觉得你是错。
只是我没有魔杖，可惜。
那你跟你男朋友？
哦，鸡皮疙瘩起来了。你之前有交过男朋友吗？有。傻笑啊！看你老师这样可以教人哦。
那你好像没有太多的装饰跟，就比如说耳环啊，或是指甲之类的，对吧？你没有去做指甲。指甲因为那个。
Very well.
哦，你没有做指甲，等下直接把人家手拿起来。这个人演戏，你也要演得符合社会伦理一点吧？洗了卡哦，哎，我可以看一下你指甲吗？那个女的要是愿意给你看，她就会把手放上来。她不愿意。
龙翔教堂应该会有好的东西，但是我没有龙心啊，龙心也不能买，是可以买，但是没有买，没有卖。哦，有那个。可以用，这个没用， 这样还这是不是有什么被动？没有。我好像不太需要装这个。对啊，这样也是这块把武器算。差一点。
愿意给你看就远远给你看，自己把人家手抓起来，他妈这不是招摇是什么？
因为我觉得有很多男生，他们其实把自己打造得很好，但是他不晓得该怎么把自己行销出去。
干，难怪我把不到小齐炫，真的难怪，我就是没有看恋爱家教，哎，对不对啦？应该要这样吧？人家恋爱家教哦，老师哦，他自称是老师哦 ，Edward， Edward。可惜啊，要是 Juno 有上他的课的话，他就不会现在在坐牢了。我一定要把这个影片先丢给 Juno， 大家可以帮我把那个影片丢给 Juno。哎，资讯相关连接，9000元 ？Are you kidding me？ Edward， 为什么这么贵啊？擅长运用自然流的方式，
我原地恶心耶。
结合红药丸，什么是红药丸哦？这我就看不懂。Inner game 跟 outer game 的方式来教学，这我就看不懂。没有念书，看不懂。Edward， 总共是4堂课。第一堂课呢，搭讪的注意事项。搭讪不像是开了外挂一样，你想用就用。课堂上呢会告诉你应该注意的部分，还有开场的方法。我刚刚已经学会开场的方法，因为老师的开场方法就是用一个很奇怪的口音说：“哎，你好，我是艾达巴达。”这样就会成功所以也就是说你们平常说跟女生讲自己的名字那是不对，你一定要用英文，然后用一个非常奇怪的口音。哎，你好，我是 Twice 艾达巴达。第二堂课呢，情绪水位判断。哇靠，也就是。是这个解读能力嘛？是不是让你慢慢具备读心术的能力 ？OK， 知道该推进还是该微调，增加你的社交直觉，相当的有料啊！第3堂课呢，说故事的技巧，透过4种说故事的技巧4种啊，他刚刚有讲好几种，让你有源源不绝的话可以使用，你们可以不断的延伸话题。OK， 也就是简单来说，第3堂课就是教导你怎么样用4种不同的方式来跟对方尬聊那第4堂课呢，即时约会的操作技巧以及心态。OK， 有点想去上这个课他刚刚光是这个肢体动作，我觉得非常自然，大家可以看一下。他突然就聊到这个异性有没有在做指甲这件事情，然后就开始摸了。
指甲之类的，你没有去做指甲。
那你看，你没有去做指甲，直接摸，然后就变成跟Juno一样的下场，花9000块教你怎么坐牢。
那你会帮？可是那不是算是护理？
靠腰怎么手已经摸起来了？写考要摸多久
跟你讲来，走吧，我们去做摩天轮。
头皮开始发麻，我操！
要蓄力。
你把礼物，你把礼物吧。
赚了几个。
椅子这里有学生心得，
真的可爱。这里有学生心得。我看完这尴尬又恶心的影片，再来看那个学生心得。
状态高涨。那如果是宝宝
我想哭，真的。看这个影片想哭。
要搭讪吗？
教搭讪可以啊，我9万块。打妹这种事，不是只讲求2个原则吗？第一个原则就是让对方源源不绝的说出他的故事，第二个原则就是 PUA 啊。看你俩看这个影片，真的会鸡皮疙瘩哎！学生的这个访谈，对，看一下上过课的人评价老师。他左边这个是大学生啊。
哦干！哎，这会被马卡。
不是。Edward 怎么敢说出这种话啊？说你让对方有逃跑的空间，他妈的，才聊没几句，把人家手抓起来了，起来考嘞！实体搭讪课2万元，共7堂，1堂2个小时，太屌了！
突然意识到，是不
是有人下单吗？我好奇，搞得我想匿名去下个单，然后把它拍成影片看看 Edward 的老师到底教我，
还他妈真可爱。
然后我再运用 Edward 的老师的这个课程内容，再去把小齐炫，就是看到小齐炫之后，跟他讲了没几句，你要喝什么？抹茶 latte， 然后坐下来喝，你有做指甲就可以抓着摸。
有没有远一点？
哦，原来把妹这么简单呐！干脆问一下有没有穿胸罩，然后开始摸好了，洗来烤。小齐炫，你平常有穿胸罩的习惯吗？哦，不行，我真的没办法再看这个人的影片。这位老师呢是很直接的一个男人，直接开始摸，直接开始抓，这才是 Edward 的老师的这个课程的重点，就是我们什么都不用说 ，man go， 爸爸看到女生就给她摸，对不对？真的被告再去坐牢就好了。我呢，现在要去我以自用 Edward 的老师给我的这个教学课程，我现在呢要去找小齐炫乱摸一通。好，各位晚安，我们下次再见，拜拜。
霸气号啊！
哎，十字四個，哇，好撚大啦，
仆街啦！
嗨，大家好，欢迎大家回到猪肉虚实指人生攻击频道。我们在这边跟大家聊聊时事、文学跟一堆杂七杂八的东西。没错，我今天真的要来讲杂七杂八的东西了。上礼拜我常在频道里面提到那个台湾文学馆推出了新一季的文创商品。这次的文创商品可不是什么书签啊、马克杯啊之类无聊的东西，而是一支货真价实的球棒。而且这支球棒呢，还是以大家国文课本里面有提到的台湾作家赖和为设计概念的。我看到这款商品的第一瞬间是有一种干这三小多想3秒钟，竟然觉得说靠怎么这么合理啊这样。今天的影片我们就来聊聊这支球棒到底跟赖和的文学有什么关系。首先我们来看看球棒的外观设计。这支球棒上面至少有2个赖和的典故，一个是棒头附近的位义斗争，这是来自赖和的诗句世间未许全存在，永世当为义斗争。当你举起球棒上面刻着赖和加持的符文，想必会带来不少附加的攻击力加成效果，正义感感觉都要爆表了呢。如果有一天大家在路上狭路相逢，从车厢里面拿出的是位义斗争球棒来互相沟通的话，这画面太美了，我不敢看啊。除此之外，球棒尾端那些看起来像是刻度的花纹呢，也是有梗的。还记得高中国文课本读到一杆秤仔吗？里面有一句台词就是“比开的秤花还星星的呢”。所谓的秤花就是秤上面的刻度，而早期的秤也确实是一条长长的东西，跟球棒的形状勉强可以说得通所以这个组合我个人觉得蛮厉害的，有很强的创意，还有一点点的合理性。你可能会觉得把秤仔变成球棒是不是还是会有点牵强呢？其实这里面还蕴含了一个叫做诗学正义的文学概念。所谓诗学正义，指的是文学作品当中常常会透过故事安排来达成恶有恶报、善有善报的效果。即使现实生活中不太可能这么顺利、这么公平，文学作品还是希望透过这些安排，给读者多少带来一点希望和希冀。生活于日本殖民时代的赖和，对于殖民者铺天盖地的镇压，当然是很懂也很痛恨。因此他的小说里面常常就会很写实的反映出这种痛苦，被视为是台湾现实主义文学的宗师。一杆秤仔里面走投无路的秦德生，不管怎么挣扎都找不到活下去的办法，还要面对日本警察的虐待，这是很鲜明的例子。但是你想想，如果你是文学读者，读了一大堆台湾人如何被欺负的文章，会不会反而更加绝望，从而失去所有勇气呢？所以赖和这样的现实主义作家，往往都会在小说后段安排一点，不会太多，一点点诗学正义的桥段，来激起读者对抗不公不义的勇气。这就是为什么一杆秤仔的结局是一个夜巡的警力被杀在道上。这并不是一个非常写实的结局，因为大多数受到欺压的台湾人是不敢反抗的。显然日治时期的日本警察也没有那么多人被杀嘛。就算惨到像秦德生这样的，也很可能选择逃亡或者自杀。所以赖和安排这个结局呢，其实就是一种诗学正义。就算现实中不太可能，他也要用这个方法来鼓舞读者的反抗意志。这就是为什么我觉得用球棒来呈现赖和这篇小说是颇有创意又很合理的想法。秦德生大概不是用球棒干掉日本警察的，但他使用的武器想必也是像球棒一样，日常生活唾手可得，本来也是属于和平用途的工具吧。就像球棒本来是拿来打球用的，但如果受到太大的欺压，球棒也可以是平民百姓保护自己、反抗恶霸的武器。既然小说里象征公平的秤被折断了，那我们就不拿秤了，改拿位义斗争的球棒吧。想必赖和先生地下有知，也会会心一笑的。另外一个有趣的地方，在这支球棒推出的时间点，过年前这个时间点很专业，这有可能是巧合啦，但就算是这样，我也觉得是很赞的巧合。一杆秤仔写的正是年关难过的故事，秦德生所有的努力都是为了能够让全家过个好年。小说的最后，秦德生自己却没有办法跨过这个年关，在除夕夜围过炉的晚上，决定出去和那名警察拼生死。过年本来应当是一个除旧布新、一切重新开始的时刻，但赖和却让秦德生在这一刻感受到一切不可能变好了，只能拼上自己仅有的信力。赖和在这里的写作手法非常深沉他写说：元旦，生的家里忽哗然发出一阵叫喊、哀鸣、啼哭，随后又听着说：什么都没有吗？只银纸背半在，别的什么都没有。小时候读到这里，我只注意到别的什么都没有。我知道这是在讲秦德生家里很穷，没有其他东西可以办后事的意思。但长大一点才明白最后一句话的玄机。 从秦德深的妻儿角度来看，你会希望看到什么呢？丈夫或爸爸突然就这样死了，你当然会希望有点遗言，有点只字片语嘛。其实什么都没有，这是一个很悲伤的一个细节。而银纸背半在，则呈现了秦德深自知必死的决心。他早就把自己的银纸买好了，不然谁会去买呢？过年的时候买银纸要干嘛？什么时候买的？大概是在他出狱的那一刻。他自己说他挑担子回家，还叫妻子去当铺。其实现在看起来都是为了支开妻子去办自己的后事吧。而除了一杆秤仔，赖和另一篇名作《不如意的过年》呢，也是在写过年，而且也用上了我们之前所说的失学正义。不如意的过年处理的是另一个文化问题。日本人过的是新历年，他会在国历的1月1号开始过，而台湾人过的则是旧历年，我们都会选择农业的除夕来过年。殖民者日本人想要消灭台湾的文化，于是禁止台湾人过农历年，要求大家在新历年做庆祝。结果当然是没什么人理他，大家就敷衍，随便挂点装饰品就算了，没有人真正在过年。不过台湾人在过年的时候有个习俗，就是喜欢赌博。虽然台湾人对新历年没什么兴趣，不过如果一年有2次年可以过，那就可以赌2次，这个机会是不会放过的。于是呢，台湾人常常以自己的方式在日本时代庆祝新历年。我很喜欢这篇小说，赖和采用了非常讽刺的手法，酸度爆表，值得一读。而如果明年台湾馆还要再推出一款赖和的文创商品，我推荐可以出麻将组这样。聊完球棒，最后来补充2个关于一杆秤仔的看点好了。如果你的国文老师很认真，你可能已经跟你解释过了，但如果你还不晓得，这2个看点应该可以让你对一杆秤仔有更进一步的理解。第一，你有没有觉得一杆秤仔的文字读起来卡卡的，好像不是很通顺啊？至少你们班上文字最通顺的同学，一定比这篇小说的文字还顺，对吧？如果你有这种感觉，恭喜你，你发现一个重要的问题了。没错，你用中文来阅读这篇小说，它的文字还真的就蛮卡的。问题是它根本不是中文，包含我们前面念的念法全部都是错的。好，日治时期的作家基本上是不会讲中文的，他们可能会台语，可能会客语，可能会原住民自己的鲁语，或者呢会日语，但就是不会有人讲中文。所以赖和在写作的时候，他不是用中文在思考的，这是用台语来思考的，只是他刚好是用汉字把它写下来而已。从标题来看就很清楚了。你有听到有人讲磅秤的时候讲说，这一杆秤仔很不错吗？是在宰什么东西啦？但如果你用台语念的话，那就很合理了，因为它就会变成几杆秦娜。我发音不太好了，但是大家就是这个意思哦。秦娜那个娜就是子嘛，那听起来就完全合理了，有没有？而且呢，主角的名字秦德深，如果你用台语念，就会发现这是一个谐音梗，真的惨的谐音哦。你用台语念念看就知道了，这还真的是一个蛮惨的角色。所以，当你读这篇小说觉得哪里文字怪怪的时候，请你用台语试着读读看，通常问题就解决了。而它的美感也要用台语才能够理解，你用中文去看，一定会觉得这个好像没有很美啊，这样。所以它其实是用台语的逻辑。同时，你也会明白，所有关于这一课课文的注音，不管是考卷还是参考书，只要它是用中文来发音的，那就全部都是错的。大考中心如果真的考你秤仔怎么用中文注音那就要求他们送分，他写错了。第二，这篇小说的确是在写日本警察对台湾人的镇压。但如果你只理解到这一层，就会忽略掉赖和捕捉了一个重要的瞬间，那就是精确的度量衡制度的建立。仔细想想，现在如果你去市场买菜，要求菜贩拿秤来称一下，应该不是过分的要求吧？但秦德深为什么会为了一杆青娜那边要死要活呢？关键就在故事里面提到了一句话，因为秤是官厅的专利品，你必须依照日本人制定的标准，用他们规定的工具去买他们的产品，才能到市场里面合法交易。一方面呢，日本人确实透过这套制度收取费用，控制市场，剥削了台湾人；另一方面，这也是因为日本开始建立一套制度，所以台湾市场交易才进入到了有精确标准、有明确数据可以统计的时代。在日治时期以前许多台湾人跟秦德深一样，并没有追求精准的交易数据，所以不一定要准备秤就可以去买菜了。反正我卖你3把50，你也愿意接受不就好了吗？问题是我的一把跟隔壁摊的一把可能不一样啊，我今天的一把跟明天的一把也不见得一样啊。每个菜贩自己交易起来是没问题的，大家 OK 就好。但我们如果想知道今年全台湾蔬菜交易量跟去年相比是萎缩还是增加呢？那我们就完全没办法了。你能有精确数据，才能够知道我们未来要怎么规划经济政策。这种用数据来思考未来的做法，就是现代化。而这正是日本人带进台湾的新制度。一杆秤仔除了写日本人残暴，也是在写台湾人面对现代化的不适应。没错，现代化可以促进整个社会的进步，可是，在现代化转型的过程里， 越是弱势的人，越没有办法负担转型的成本。就像最近 AI 很红啊，如果未来的 AI 真的变成人类工作上的伙伴，那一定是比较有钱的阶层先开始运用 AI 工具来增加生产力嘛。那穷人呢，则会因此变得更加弱势。而如果 AI 还只掌握在政府或者是少数的企业手中，任由他们决定价格跟标准的话，那穷人受到的剥削不就更大了吗？现在你把我刚刚讲的这整串 AI 通通换成钱啊，是不是一切都说得通了呢？这就是赖和的另一句名言啊！时代的进步与人民的幸福原来是两回事啊！而生活在100年后的我们，如果只看到警察折断秤、警察好坏的故事，那就有点可惜了。真正应该看到的，还有赖和对现代化的思考。以及即使知道现实残酷，仍然决定为义斗争的勇气。秤可以换成 AI， 当然也可以换成球棒。重点从来都不在表象，而在背后的精神力量。那是无论时代怎么替换，文学都能替我们保存下来的。好的，今天的影片就先到这边，我会在下方的说明栏放上台湾馆的为义斗争球棒链接，今年限量只有100支，有兴趣的话可以参考一下。作为一个又喜欢文学又喜欢棒球，自己还出过棒球小说《暗影》的人，我自己是已经带了1支啦，所以我可以放心的分享给大家了。喜欢今天的影片，也欢迎订阅、开小铃铛或者加入会员，支持我们做更多影片。下次见。
注意看，眼前的这个男人叫大壮，他的女友小美失踪了，可能是被关进前面的监牢。大壮怀疑是这些石头干的，于是他打算来劫狱。但奇怪的事情发生了，这些石头成了变形金刚。你知道在艾尔登法环里这些石头叫什么吗？估计你即便8周目了，也无法从游戏中得到答案。但或许他们背后的故事会让我们对于交界地有着不一样的理解。所以这期视频我们会来尝试探讨一下这些独眼石头到底是什么。先赞后看 DLC 不断。大家好，欢迎各位回到我的频道，我是没有播音腔的光头麦克叔。我们首先得解决名字的问题，它们并不叫独眼石头，只是因为我第一次看到它们只看到了一只眼睛和石头拼成像蚯蚓一样的身体，就随口给它们起了这么个名字。我们可以从之前数据挖掘的资料中知道，它们在游戏中的内部名称叫做 Alive Stone。活石是不是有些像游戏中的活湖？在艾尔登维基上给出了这个怪的英文名字 Abnormal Stone Cluster 异样石群，但这个名字应该也不是游戏给出的。就在最近，艾尔登维基根据最新的日文版官方攻略书更新了这个怪物的正式名称 Lookout Stone 瞭望石。在日文版官方攻略书中给出的名字是建造之石 Mihari Ishi， 翻译过来也是瞭望石。在艾尔登维基上还给出了这样一段描述：奇特的一段一段的石质生物，有着一双独特的眼睛，时常监视着封印监牢。目前尚不清楚他们的真正目的是什么，他们相当虚弱，只能挥舞自己的身体，并在最后的时刻自爆。所以我们能解开的第一个谜题是，这些石头的正式名称就叫做瞭望石。当然，光知道名字不是我们的目的，他们是谁，来自哪里，要去到哪里？哲学史上3大灵魂拷问，我们今天也要在瞭望石上试一试。首先，瞭望石监视的封印监牢有个很特别的名字 Ever Jail， 它其实是由2个词组成的 Ever 曾经的、过去的， Jail 同 Jail 是一个古英语词汇，监牢的意思。现在其实已经很少用这个词了，目前还留存在世，同时也是最古老的用 jail 命名的监狱，是位于爱尔兰都柏林的特曼汉姆监狱。不过其实它现在是个监狱博物馆，被视作英国政府压迫爱尔兰人的象征。那么如果我们把这2个词合起来翻译，瞭望石监视的是过去的监牢。我们其实在多部视频里都提到过，我们所见到的爱尔兰法环里的监牢里面关押的人都是通过监牢里的时间狭缝穿越过来的，和我们不在一条时间线上。这就是为什么监牢内部整体呈现蓝色，包括怪的灵体也是蓝色的原因。这与和我们处于同一时间线的入侵红灵形成了鲜明的对比。也就是说，瞭望石看守的是代表着时空穿越的监牢，所有的名字也都说明了这一点。其次，瞭望石的掉落物分为2类，一类是几乎所有的瞭望石都会掉落的遗迹石，在天降遗迹的地区发现的小碎片，据说是空中神殿的一部分，具有容易附着光芒的特性。另一类是偶尔掉落，或者是只在特定瞭望石上才掉落的，分别是神殿石，在天降遗迹的地区发现的小碎片，带有光芒的碎片，能借由那光芒赋予力量，以及火山石，含有高温气体的天然石头，能在格米尔火山发现。 我想不用我多说，你也能知道，制造瞭望石的土亚和制造法姆亚兹拉的土亚应该是同一种。那么我们在这里可以暂时得出第二个结论：瞭望石与天空之城有着莫大的联系。但我想你和我一样，在第一眼看到瞭望石时，首先注意到的应该是那个紫色的独眼，然后你在与它交战时，应该也会注意到它飘逸灵动却又让人琢磨不透的各种排列组合。你会想到什么呢？游戏中的颜色都有各自的意义，比如黄金的律法，红色的雷电，蓝色的卡利亚灰石魔法，而紫色的就只有重力魔法，比如重力球，其中一种
嗨，大家好，我是路易斯。那今天呢，我已经回到来我的家乡槟城了。那么我的家乡呢，屋子很小，然后有很多人啊。那我没有办法在家里面录影，所以呢，我就开车出来，停在一个路边，然后就这样子录影。那有一点简陋了，希望大家可以见谅啊。今天呢，我也不会录你们投好的那些影片了，因为那些影片呢，我需要准备一些重点，所以会比较花时间。那这个星期四过年了，我也比较没有时间，那我又搬家，所以我今天拍的这部影片呢是比较不花时间的，那就是reaction video 啦，就是看一个中华椒的影片，来看一看我的这个反应是怎么样。那话不多说，我们来开始今天的这个 video reaction。OK，Hello，
对 ，Hello， 你好，请说，主要还是在谈这个马来西亚的一个问题，带到一些文化的一些问题。
我稍微介绍一下这个频道了。那这个频道叫历史哥，他好像都是蛮讨厌这个民进党的吧？台湾的政治我不大理解 ，OK？ 你讨厌民进党就算了，这不关我的这事嘛，你挺共就算了。这一集呢，他就讲到我们马来西亚，那有马来西亚的观众连线上他，那他就讲了一些干话、一些废话，那我看了我就很不爽。OK， 那我们先继续，我们来看他讲些什么，好吗？
因为美国赢了当年的苏联，他就一直在制造，美国的制度就是最好的，你们其他的制度都是不好的，你们其他的制度都是妖魔，都把其他的制度全部妖魔化。
OK， 在这一边呢，他说妖魔化嘛，那美国妖魔化这个中国呢，那其实这个中国话也是妖魔化这个美国啦。而且你中国呢还是胡说八道那一种的，那美国就算要妖魔化都好，它需要编一个很漂亮的故事让人民去信服啊。但是中国呢，你编的故事再烂都会有人接受啊，你不接受的话，那你会怎么样呢？你自己知道就好咯。
就很多人很简单的思想就想，美国那个就是叫民主，其实美国那个也不叫民主啊。民主是什么东西？现在很多人根本就没有去了解过的这个东西啊。
我想问一下，如果美国那一套不叫民主的话，难道中国那一套是叫民主吗？所以你变相的说民主是好的，对吧？
你说中国大陆，你说它是共产主义吗？现在看它不是。你说它不民主吗？它也民主。
什么？他讲什么？他讲共产党是民主，怎样民主法呢？
反正我觉得是每一个国家应该要适当的去发展自己的治理自己国家的一个制度，才会比较适合当地的环境，才会比较对。
所以说呢，你觉得现在共产党的这个民主就非常的适合这个中国就对了吗？所以中国的那个民主就是说，你只能从共产党里面选出政客，这个才叫做民主吗？那你所谓的民主就是要屏蔽掉其他所有的声音吗？这样才叫做民主吗？如果你他妈的讲中国极权主义这样子发展国家发展得很快，这样我还没有这样堵拦啊，妈的！你竟然敢讲中国那共产党那一套是民主？
就比如说看到中国大陆发展好了，然后我就完全去照搬中国大陆的制度过来，也不行啊。
对，这里他说的非常的对，你只要照搬中国的制度来别的国家呢，是一定行不通的。那你照搬美国的呢，或许可以行得通。
真的是为自己的钱包着想，还是真的是为人民着想？完全是两套思想。
你知道吗？你只要有权力在手的时候啦，那你就会为那个口袋着想了，所以才要民主嘛，才要让人民去监督你嘛。那只要你一做的不好，那人家换掉你，你的权利就不见掉，然后有司法部来抓你嘛，是不是？那现在共产党要是他犯法了呢，他贪污受贿了呢，谁来捉他？他自己说了算啊。
我心想就很奇怪，民什么主呢？现在到底是什么是民主，根本就说不清楚，你还怎么去争论一个民主的这个？
来，你来说清楚什么叫民主好吗？你说来说去还是没有讲到什么鬼东西是民主啊！诶，说真的，这个什么 Austino 啊，如果啦你真的那么喜欢中国的那个民主的话，那你搬过去啊，你回中国啊！难怪那些政客会叫我们回中国，就是这些智障，懂吗？这些智障中华胶，我看了这整个片段很多次了，我每看一次我就非常的愤怒一次。
那我问你哦，就是因为你现在在马来西亚嘛，那你身边的朋友，他们到底为什么会喜欢去嘲笑所谓的中华文化的喜好者？
那其实呢，我们没有要嘲笑这个喜欢中国文化的人，那我们也没有要嘲笑所谓的中国人或者是中国。那你知道吗？你的共产党，你的国家在那边胡说八道，甚至有一些呢，就是像这现在我看着这个智障在发言的那个智障的言论。你堂堂是一个马来西亚人，你有选票，我相信你也是出生在这片土地上，你受这片土地的教育。我真的不明白为什么你要学那些小粉红去爱国爱党，要说一些智障的话。你活在一个民主国家，你可以批判共产党，你可以批判美国，你活在中国看，
因为他们长期就是看美国那一套，就比如说，美国是一个 superhero， 是 Superman， 美国那个价值就是对的，然后你中国的这个价值，你是共产的，你是邪恶的啊，所以一定是坏的。他们完全不会看实在内容，他们只是完全听表面，完全没有自己的想法，所以他就会去嘲讽。
OK， 这个你智障了，这个你说什么只听美国的对吧？我是听了美国再听中国的，我才发现中国讲的东西是有多么智障好吗？那你来讲一下8964，那你来讲一下文革死了多少人，那你去看中共的官方的报道，他讲了些什么？什么都没有讲，就把一切抹平了，就当作没这回事。那共产主义本来就是不好的事情啦，共产主义听起来呢就是很完美的事情，但是实际执行起来呢是完蛋的。你看全世界有几个国家，现在目前有几个国家真正执行共产主义的？那我相信好像只有朝鲜吧。你搬去朝鲜啊？你讲共产主义好的话，麻烦你搬去朝鲜啊。
所以他们就会去嘲讽，哎呀，你什么都说中国好，哎呀，什么都说大陆政府做得好，所以他就会觉得，你是在帮魔鬼说话。他们
魔鬼说话。
OK， 你不是在帮魔鬼说话，你在帮一群智障去欺负另外一群智障。OK，
其实也不能怪他们了，只能说，毕竟这个世界那么多人，真的能看透，真的比较聪明的，还是少部分人吧。
这个人啊，真的是他自己是笨蛋，然后他看其他人是超级笨蛋。你有想过吗？我们是中国人，跟我们是同皮肤的，为什么越来越多人呢会去亲这个美国，去亲这个白皮肤的人？你就觉得单纯只是他们比较会洗脑吗？你脑袋到底是长在哪里的？
他们完全就是为反对而反对。我不看你是什么政党，也不管你是什么，总之你是跟美式民主的你就一定对。我不管你是杀人放火还是卖毒品是怎样，你就一定对。
错了，这里呢他根本就是胡说八道。你跟着美国的民主呢，你杀人放火，全部人是要去坐牢的，甚至可能会判死刑的。那你跟着共产主义呢，你杀人放火呢，你是平民百姓的话，你就会出事。那你是位高权重的人呢，你就会没有事。今天习近平杀了一个人，你觉得他有可能会坐牢吗？你别智障了好吗？
万象心愿分享包，一起实现所有心愿，变帅变美，早日脱单，考试欧巴。万象心愿分享包，快来收集！
班上来了一位段先生，从香港来的哦，掌声欢迎他。
這是我們兩個認識嘅第一間，呢個係我第一次遇見佢嘅時候。
因為他們是不是很直接的把所謂的對中華文化的喜好等於就是中國這樣子的一個想法，就是所以不可以在文化上，不可以在政治上有任何的一個就是去傾向這樣子，他們是這樣思考嗎？
只能说是有这么一部分人，他们是会这样子去思考。
这里你就说得很好 ，OK， 你有说一部分人是这样子思考，你还好，你没有说全部人是这样子思考哦。所以他刚才讲了，不是你亲中华文化，然后我们就会讲你是个中华胶。那个重点是那个中共做的恶行，那个白纸运动，那个核酸什么东西，他做的不好的时候，你们这些智障去挺他，你懂吗？那你明知道中国是没有民主的，你刚刚聊来聊去，我发现你好像也是默认这民主是比较好的，那你还要硬掰那个中共有民主，你的脑袋到底在想些什么呢？
我不管你是什么政党，因为我也是拿那个邓小平的那一套名言来说，不管你是黑猫白猫，能抓老鼠的就是好猫。换一个讲法就是，我不管你是什么政党，只要你这个政党能够让你的国家的人民也好，地区的人民也好，好起来，你就是好政党。
你这个真的是超级智障。如果你说什么政党都 OK 的话，那塔利班来控制你的国家咯。你去塔利班的国家，塔利班也是蛮好的吗？是不是塔利班这个党只要对你的这个人民好，你就觉得他是 OK 的一个党？现在的塔利班对男人很不错啊，你可以搬去那个国家。
对马来西亚华人来讲，其实生活在马来西亚是有一定程度的压力的。你们的外部压力是相对是比较大的嘛，因为你们有一个很紧张的种族，相对来说紧张的种族关系。这个东南亚的这个环境也不是这么的这种 peace 嘛，这时候三不五时可能又会有一些冲突或者是一些这个状况的产生嘛。
我先澄清一下，没有三不五时就什么排华啦，什么吵架事情。很久之前呢才有一次的排华，当时的状况跟现在的状况是很不一样的。现在那个政府呢是很需要我们这些华人，马来西亚的华人的票。你不要跟我扯那个中国怎么崛起。那还有呢，我们的种族之间呢也那个磨合呢也减少了，因为我们懂得讲他们的语言，我们听得懂他们讲些什么，我们可以交流了。那以前呢是无法交流的，所以会产生很多的误解误会。现在很不一样了，时代在改进，在进步了。 OK，
我刚才所说他们有这种市场的多数都是很西方的想法，他们所接触的资讯都是从BBC 啊、CNN 啊，
这个又在乱讲话了。那我看的新闻呢，很多是本地的新闻来的，这是本地的自媒体来的。那为什么这些人那么讨厌中国呢？尤其是自媒体啊，自媒体是我们自己没有因为国家的什么问题而发表的政见。那为什么我们会那么讨厌中国呢？其实很大的一个原因只有一个而已，就是共产党。
还有很多人的思想当中，以为现在中国大陆还是在30-40年前的那个情况。
这个真的很好笑，谁不知道中国崛起，谁不知道中国很有钱？重点是不是这个有钱没钱啊？重点是他们的政治人物还停留在30年前的那种状态，还要去打台湾，还要一统江湖。我说了，现在的中共跟当年的那个日本鬼子超像的好吗？你们去看回你们自己拍的那些日本鬼子的片，你去看那些日本鬼子，是不是像你们的中共的官方现在的这些官员？那小粉红呢就很像的那些日本兵。
因为我住的地方就比较好，我住的地方就比较和谐，没有那种叫你滚回中国的那种。但是在西马那一带呢，他们的种族歧视的言论就比较严重，甚至乎有那个马来人的政党，他是非常极端的马来人政党，对，他就会很常挑出来叫你们，哎呀，你们华人就是要回去中国啊
，Ready China，
对。
那这些政治人物呢，会叫你们这些华人回中国呢，是什么原因呢？其实很大的原因呢，就是因为你这个智障，是你们这种智障呢，导致现在连我都很想叫你回中国啊。共产党那么好，真的，为什么你不要回中国呢？现在中国又崛起了。
从小到大就是都会听到这种声音，但是现在就比较好，
现在要好一点了，
他就不敢这么去明目张胆去歧视你们华人。
哦，是，这是一个隐性的影响。这是一个重点。OK， 就是中国的崛起，其实间接的让在马来西亚的华人被歧视也减少了。
这个是绝对的，全世界的华人都是一样的。
这里他根本就是在胡说八道。中国崛起呢，对我们一点帮助都没有。我是说这个歧视不歧视的问题啊，其他的帮助是有的。你说赚钱的方面呢是有帮助的，但是呢，这个歧视不歧视的问题呢，根本就是在胡说八道。那我问你，要是今天印尼崛起的话，还是印度崛起的话，那个原本会歧视那些马来人、印度人的人，你觉得他会突然间不歧视吗？哦，因为你的印度崛起，然后我不歧视你，然后我给你一个高官去做，是这样子吗？你用脑想一下好吗？
可是对马来人来讲，他们
有一些压力吗？还是其实他们也还好？就是他们的反华的心态最主要是在哪？
其实讲真的，我们马来西亚的那个马来人他是不反中的，
马来人不反中。你知道国会骂华人的时候，他们讲华人什么？他说你这个共产党啊，哦对，这个是反共，不是反中。还有呢，如果你宣传共产主义在马来西亚呢，你知道是犯法的嘛？所以呢，你说马来人反不反中啊？其实也不反中，是反共反共产党。但是现在中国有钱了就不一样，欢迎那些商人来给我们赚钱。其实，在这一方面也是蛮矛盾的啦。不过，这个世界就是这样，尤其是民主国家，统治上，对不起了，我的台湾的朋友。
那我问你哦，一样的一个问题啊，就是说，像以黄明志为代表，他们对于国族的那个想象，就是 Malaysian Nation 那种想象是有不同的族裔，然后和平共处。这件事情上，你觉得他们想太多了，还是他们这样想就有可能？你怎么看待这件事？
私のブラーカの夏は私たちお昼は仲良く遊び、夜はバーベキューに花火。私だったのですが、無料アーカイブ笑えちゃいます。
OK， 对。哦shit，no 啊。
其实是他们想太多了。
我觉得是你这个人太智障，不是我们想太多。你知道很多的政客，很多的马来同胞、印度同胞，全部都说我们是一个马来西亚人。那你还一直在讲你是个中国人，那你觉得他们会不叫你回中国吗？我从小到大土生土长在马来西亚，我从来就不认为我是个中国人。只有我们自己不认为自己是中国人的时候，这样子他们才会接受你啊，他们还会接受你的爱国啊。你现在你爱着什么？你自己说你爱着什么？你爱着你的祖国啊！我爱的是这片土地，这片马来西亚啊。
华人的政党，他很常会就是说，哎，你们华人都是支持你们中国人还是怎样，所以变成不是我们马来西亚的人，你们没有在为马来西亚所贡献还是什么？他们用一种很扭曲的思想去想。
没有扭曲，没有扭曲，你真的是很帮中国 ，OK？ 你没有要帮马来西亚，你不是一个马来西亚人，你没有一个认同感。很简单啊，中国的军机在我们这片土地海上飞的时候，你感觉到的东西是什么？是挑衅我们马来西亚吗？还是说呢，哦，没关系了，就让它飞一飞？你有为马来西亚人争取权益吗？你有为马来西亚去着想吗？你有没有觉得你只认为中国是你的祖国？你在出卖这整个马来西亚，你出卖的不只是马来西亚的华人，而且是整个马来西亚。
大陆很常有一个话就叫做那种恶鬼子，他们有一种这个思想，他们想当那种恶鬼子，让马来人觉得，哎，你是真的是马来西亚的，不是想念其他族裔的啊，你就能拿政权。他们的思想很天真，这个思想真的是很天真。
对不对？你才天真，你才天真。
哦，赞呐，
赞呐，赞呐！首先，那政客呢，他是为了选票才说这段话，还是他真的认为自己是马来西亚人？我真的不知道。但是对于我来说呢，我是。
但是我要争哪一把？就树毛吗？树毛伤害是真不错哎。是的。对啊，感觉是可以用。个人型敌人编织很好用。好，先投资在数码上。
Well, I took you no matter it's out your own.
这3可以买。3、4，对，3而已。 都2，哇！哦，我觉得要先把罗德里嘎接到堂，这要怎么触发？跟他讲话就好吗？再跟他讲一次话，还是我一定要上呢？
Tell them I love them fine again. A pleasure to see. Did you give that I love them?
哦，好啦，我先试一下，现在强化加2，干对，怎么讲？做一下后。这个我有拿过吗？应该不太可能没有，算了，检查一下好了。
真的认为我是马来西亚人，我跟这些印度人呢，这马来人呢是可以和平相处，我们可以共同创造一个美好的马来西亚的，而不像你这样，只会认为呢别人不好，只会认为中国好。 那认为别人不会接受你，明明就接受的人很多，你就一直看那些不接受你的人。今天呢，就算你去伊斯兰党，你问他接受华人吗？他也不敢跟你说啊，我不要你们华人啊，这个超级智障。
中华教这个是从某些政党提出来的啊，是某些政党的人员去骂，就比如说像我这种比较轻重的，他会骂我们这种啊，就是因为你们啊，所以导致我们的政党的票数不够，只能是拿华人的票，拿不到马来人的票。我就心想，你们这么简单的思想都敢去参政，这个马来西亚能好才有鬼呢。
这个他乱讲话，我不知道是哪一个政党指的是哪一个政党讲这个中华教这个词 ，OK， 我也不知道哪一个议员呢有这样的思想。不过我可以很肯定的是，就是这些中华教，就是真的是这些中华教这些智障呢，导致呢别的种族不接受你，你自己想看了。 如果一个印度人一直跟你讲着他的印度的美好，就算那个印度呢在欺负我们马来西亚的时候，他还在讲着那个印度的好，那你会跟这些印度人说什么？是不是跟他说回你的印度？这种情况就是跟这些中华教一样啊！
我为什么那么反应那么大？因为我真的感同很深受，台湾的这些政治人物这个思考的这个
OK， 后面那边呢，他就讲的这个台湾的政治啦。那台湾政治我就不清不楚啦，我也不想回应啦，因为我也不大清楚，也不关我的事啦。那总之呢，他讲这个马来西亚的部分呢，一看上去我就想打死他们这两个人。那其实那个主持人呢，应该还可以原谅啦，但是那个马来西亚人呢，真的是。 脑子有问题。好了，今天的影片就这样子了，我们下一支影片再见了，拜拜。
Radon Festival
便利商店轻松付，手机无纸。
Welcome to the Green Mile, where we first get a bunch of dudes looking through a field, then an old fart in an old fart home asking for some breakfast, and this dude asks him, are you gonna wander off again? Probably. Are you gonna stop me? Nope. So, wheat! Thanks, guy. And the old fart takes off on his daily secret walk with a skip and a step, and makes it all the way over to his secret fuck shack. Just kidding, it's actually where he keeps his rape victims. Kidding again, it's actually, no, I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna stop. Cut to all the ancient people watching TV when one of them goes, why are we watching this inbred trash? It's interesting. Shut the fuck up, Margaret. And he changes the channel to a film that makes the main character old fart guy, our guy, cry, and his lady friend gets concerned for him, and they go and talk, and he tells her about the time when he was a prison guard in charge of death row inmates back in 1935. For reference, that is a time where both normal toilets and outhouses were used in America at the same time, because, I don't know, America. Don't know how that's meant to help, but you got reference now. So a flashback to reality, there goes 1935, where the movie actually begins with him having a broken penis that makes him feel like lava is passing through it every time it's in use, and Paul, that's his name, Paul has a ragtag team of prison guards. We got Officer Chewing Gum, Pretty Boy, Black Brows, and Percy Coxon, who is a grade A, top-of-the-line pump-action retard with SPS, which is evident by the fact that he keeps yelling dead man walking, while bringing in the new inmate. Not the smartest idea to make the person you're about to take the chains off to put him in their cell very, very angry, especially if they're this big. What a super idiot. Anyway, Paul knows this fact, and the new arrival, one big fella, Mr. John Cappuccino, like to drink, but not spelled like it. It's spelled C-O-F-F-E-Y. Confused? Good. Fuck you. Percy, because he's a dumb bitch, is told to leave because they don't want coffee to kill him, so he reluctantly does so, and he walks away. Dick shrinks just a little tiny bit, and he breaks the fingers of this prisoner for laughing at him, and these 4 guys are trying to be as nice as they can to these people who are knowing they're going to die while still bearing in mind that they probably did very horrible shit to get a death penalty. So they're riding a fine line between go fuck yourself and being nice. John, though, is a harmless little butterflier, except he's fucking massive. He even asks if they keep a light on during bedtime. So they lock him up and think he's retarded, but apparently the court has deemed him sane enough and fit enough to be executed. And we jump back and forth between shots of Paul reading John's court transcript of what happened in the court, and John being found with 2 little dead girls in his hands that belonged to this white man. And this is the search part that we saw in the beginning of the movie. Alright, so apparently what he did, or what they gathered from the news of the children, is that he ripped them and murdered them. And then tall, dickhead guy comes over. He's the important prisoner, warden maybe. I don't know. Important guy, alright? Important guy in prison. He's friends with Paul and also his boss. So Paul's like, how's your wife? Terrible. Attaboy. Then the dickhead tells the other dickhead about Ultra Dickhead Percy. And real quick, in the interest of time, let me give you a quick overview of this moron. See, he's a son of an important guy or something, which means that he has connections and is slightly untouchable. And through these connections, he has a high-paying job lined up for him after this, just hanging about here as a prison guard to satisfy his stupid male ego and piss off everybody else. Also, he's a snitch, and he's evil if you didn't already fucking gather that. So Guy tells Paul that Percy bitch snitched about him telling Percy to fuck off while he's putting John in the cell to keep him safe. He didn't like that because, you know, super male ego. And Paul figures that once this dude sees another dude gets executed, his evil thirst will be quenched and he will fuck off and take the other job and be out of here. Then at night, his wife's like, come here and put your schlong in my honk. And he's like, honey, my dick don't work. And then next day, 3 of the dudes without Percy find the mouse, and Officer Chewing Gum throws him some food saying, I just want to see what he does. So he eats it and then runs away into the straight room that is full of garbage, which they empty to find the mouse, but they don't find him, so they have to put all that shit back inside. Then on another shift where this retarded slut is present, the mouse shows up again, and I don't know who the hell this guy is, but he throws it some food and it's like, let's see what he does. Why is everyone so fucking fascinated and curious with what happens when they give a wild animal some food? It's either gonna stay or leave, regardless of whether or not it eats the food. That being said, I'm pretty sure me and 90% of males would do and say the exact same shit. Anyway, Percy, because he's an evil asshole, flips out and tries to kill it with horrible, just the worst aim against their orders. They runs back into the straight room. Paul and Gum Guy hear what's going on inside. They rush in there only to find him, you know, running after the mouse and trying to kill the woman again. So in order to like fuck around with him a bit, they don't tell him that they already do that and let him feel it out. Then obviously he doesn't find the mouse, and Paul comes back to the gang like, why are you being so loud? Because the mouse and the prison was out. And he's like, who cares? They're gonna die anyway, and they're big gay, you're big gay too, and my penis is definitely longer than 2 inches. They make him clean the place up again. Then the prisoner next in line for the electric chair gets to see his family for the last time. And while he does that, they do a practice run of the death run with a batshit crazy dude that I thought was a prisoner, but I believe is just their insane janitor. Is doing rehearsal runs of the last mile really necessary? It seems pretty straightforward to me. You just pick him up, let him pray, strap him in, flip a switch, and you're done. What the fuck is there to remember? Is it for the other prisoners to get calm with the idea of going to die, or is it for the new guy to learn how it's done? Which honestly don't really need to do, it's still pretty straightforward. Maybe it's because Paul wants to run a tight ship around here, so he does rehearsals and stuff. Is this even a thing in the real world? I don't know, whatever. Seems more like a reason for the movie to tell us that they have to put a wet sponge between the soon-to-be dead guy's head and the zap cap so he doesn't fucking explode or go to too much pain, because that's inhumane and it gets bad results or something, okay? Then the time for Chief Chitulu comes and Paul is trying to comfort him like, no, he's not. He's gonna die. It's the whole point, limp dick fuck ass. So they strap him in, hood goes on, wet sponge goes on, cap on, flip the switch, zippity zap twice because dumbass operator cut the power too early and guy was still alive, so that do twice. Then once he's done proper, Percy disrespects his dead body and Book gets mad at him for that, so he goes, you. Holy shit, I'm in sync with Mr. Thanks! So Paul tells Percy to take the other job, but Bitchy says that he wants to give the fifth switch order next time, and then he promises to leave. If not, he'll stay forever. So Paul's like, fine, cut. When they all find out that one of the prisoners, Dale, like the company, but not spelled like it, has made friends with him now sometimes to do tricks. I don't know how the fuck he managed to do that, but he did teach him how to play fetch with the spindle thing. So they give him a cigar box so that Mr. Jingles, the mouse, he has been named Mr. Jingles, can sleep in it if he wants. Percy's even the one that suggested it. He's trying to act nice and all. Right. Then Paul goes to Hal, that's his name I found out, and Hal tells Paul that his wife has got an inoperable brain tumor and is going to die. Paul's sympathetic and all, but he got his own problems because his dick don't work, and that night he wakes up brimming with piss, so he tries to make it to his outhouse. Told you these dipshits still using that. Anyway, he can't make it and ends up peeing fire onto the grass, and next day he's like, fine, I'll go to the doctor. What the bloody fuck? Would you please get full coverage on that piece of toast, Hanks? Sloppy. So he's gonna go to the doctor, but only after he goes to work to get this new inmate in, and he goes to work in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang are picking up this rotten egg death row inmate from the Crazy People Hospital, and he seems to be doped up for transport. However, that seems to be fraudulent when they arrive because he's faking it and he attacks them once they get there, and Percy just stands still, stammered there, pussy like, can't do shit even though he's ordered to help out. Prisoner beats up all of them, and Boo walks in and helps out. He takes control of the situation while Percy's balls shoot back up into his body and get absorbed by him. Then they put away the unconscious fat, and Paul tells Officer Chewing Gum to take away Beat Up Pretty Boy and Black Brows to get looked at by a doctor while he holds down the fort. I don't know where the fuck Percy went, not that he's gonna be any use, but that's not the important bit here. Why the hell was a person that was deemed sane enough to be executed by the court kept in a mental institution? If they are not not gonna dope him for transport? Why wasn't he in some like a holding cell, for example? Someone explain. Anyway, they leave and Paul melts in pain because his wee-wee is so wee-wee hurting, you know? And John's bitching and wanting to see him, so he goes over to John. He's like, come closer. He's like, fine. Then John Frappuccino's like, I just want to help, and he grabs him, then cups his balls gently while the lights grow stronger, then bursts and Del yells for help. Then John lets him go and coughs out a bunch of flies that disappear and goes, I'm awfully tired now, boss. Dog tired. Then he rests while Paul is what the fucking super hard. He then goes to test out his dingling, and hallelujah, a famous philanthropic stream of golden excellence straight out of his weezer. Doesn't even need to look at the bowl, just no scopes it, motherfucker. Damn right, damn right. But further testing is required, so he goes home, locks on his target, and he's like, sweet cheeks, back that thing up and swish swish on my 100% functional dish. And they quadruple bang through the night till the sunrise. And she's like, we haven't fucked like that since we were teenagers. What happened yesterday? And he's like, well, I didn't go to the doctor yesterday, so there's a proud new owner of a brand new UTI. He then calls in sick that morning, and truth be told, I have no clue what he did or did not tell his wife, but he ends up going to the fucker that defended John in court, who proceeds to compare black people to animals like a jackass cowboy and thinks that John is guilty. But Paul don't really believe that, so he gives him some cornbread, and then he shares with Del, but not this shit, because, well, he's a cunt, and he's all like hashtag slavery, so fuck him. He then spits on Paul and pees on Black Brows, which earns him a trip to the restraint room, and after that he puts his own shit in his mouth and spits it onto Boo, and he gets himself another trip to the padded room.
Your bags are packed. My bags are packed! I'm ready to go! Where are we going?
Where the fuck do you think, shithead? Anyway, Del gets taken away to show his mouse perform for his folks, prison guards, and a plumber. In the meantime, they do a couple of rehearsals, and when he's back, Bitchy is kind of a bitch to Del, but it's all good because mouse shit gets a hold of him, and then when he lets go, we find out that he literally scared the piss out of him. Then later, while deciding where Mr. Jingle's gonna reside after Del bids his farewell to this world, they try to organize to make up this fantasy place called Mouse City, or Mouse World, that has a circus and shit where mice can perform.
你已经他妈的做出你的毕生绝学，你跟我讲这他妈上不了台面，我操，我操，太强了，真的太强了！我要不要直接让他死啊？哈哈哈。爆弹总要领。看东西。赞了。 章鱼山，哦，干！我操，兄弟，你住的地方真他妈危险！剩下记好了。 太安心了，剩下几。
you're new and surprised you, no matter why. Don't ask.
知道呢，暂时没有用到的地方。买这。 还敢下歌，我操！我记得有这个信号，对，这样子真的，这上面是不是？ OK， 这可以用。他有王室幽魂啊，也靠近他。地下室在哪？本来是下玻璃叶火，应该会是重要东西。哎，干卡了！不要！飞飞！啊！ 已经离这么近了。
And Del, being a simple-minded little idiot serial killer guy, believes this Santa Claus story and is happy for his little buddy and tries to play fetch with him one last time, but gets knocked off the fucking chair leg or whatever and into the hallway. Musk goes out, chases after it, and boom! Fucking crushes him. Del gets sad as fuck, and I'm pretty sure anybody who's watched this movie will agree with me that this is the most devastating death in this whole movie. Alright guys, no one agrees. Okay, moving on. Jonathan Malcocino has his hands out like, give it to me, there might still be time. So Paul does that, and they all witness as he literally breathes life back into the rodent, and then burps out some disappearing flies again. And did Shitmouse see this, or was he asleep, or something like that? The real question is, why isn't John dog-tired from this, considering all the other shit he does that exhausts him? He literally brought life back. Anyway, Mouse back to life on Boss Percy bad. Speaking of that happen, he's cleaning the chair and didn't witness this mouse miracle. This mouse symbol. That sounds like a dead mouse on popsicle. Do not visualize that. Paul and Brute tell him that the mouse is fine. He goes back to check, and he what the fuck's in disbelief. And when he comes back, they roughen him up a bit and double check that he's gonna leave after Del's execution, or else he'll tell his superiors about his lack of testicles when shit hit the fan with Shitmouth and he attacked them and he didn't do anything, which looks really bad on the work record, and he doesn't want that. So he promises that he's gonna leave after Del's execution. Then Del's time comes and they give away Mr. Jingles to John for safekeeping while the deed is done, which is pretty sad. Damn it, Del, why'd you have to fucking run over those children at that school bus? I don't know what he did, I'm just begging it. Anyway, he gets strapped into Sparky and apologizes for what he did, tells Paul not to forget about Mouseville, so his face goes...
That's just a fairy tale, Mr. Captain. Keep quiet. Just thought you should know.
You're the fucking faggot. I swear I'm about to throw a PNG arm at this stupid motherfucking retard. And the evil does not stop there because he does not wet the sponge, and Paul does not notice this until the last second because he's thinking at sloth speeds and reaction time at sloth speeds. Motherfucking whole playing on Australian servers because the switch is flipped and Del is in a whole lot of pain, but they dare not turn the thing off while he's literally catching fire because that would be too cool to keep him alive like that. So they force Pissface to watch as he literally burns to death and fries while people panic and try to run out the barn. Why are the barn doors closed? And how did they not notice this earlier? I know there's a storm going on, but the water has this very distinct drippy droppy sound, and on top of that, why the fuck is no one going over Percy when he's doing all this shit, at least with their eyes? You already know he's a diabolical asshole. Fucking morons. Anyway, John feels Del's pain and lets go of the mouse, who could apparently feel his pain through him, and then runs into the straight room and never comes back. And Hal comes down like, what in the blue fuck was that? But Paul covers for Pisshead to make sure that he fucking leaves. Then later, Paul and his wife go to see Hal and his tumor wife, Melinda, who's having a good day, where her brain tumor is not altering her personality into a rotten mouse succubus. Then next day, he invites the boys over for some food and tells them that he wants to take John over to Melinda to fix her tumor, and that he does not believe.
好，我认真感觉有东西被换成很糟的东西了。如果当游戏就这样闪退的话，肯定有东西被换成很糟的东西了。我操！
believe that John did anything wrong. They agree, and they decide that Pretty Boy stays behind because he's still got kids and the rest of them have nothing to lose if they get caught. They then drug Shitmouth, who falls asleep with his eyes open, and interrupt Pisshead's porno reading session. He was pretending to read like knowledge about his new job or whatever, but he's actually fucking horny. So they put him in a straitjacket and throw him to the padded room. Did that book actually fall onto the table? Because it looked like it fell on the ground. Anyway, they're all set to go, and Pretty Boy has some bullshit alibis in place for them. And although they didn't tell Coffee what they were gonna do, he already kind of knows. He's like talking about car rides and the woman in the rocking chair, and they're kind of creeped out. But hey, they keep going, and on their way out, Fecal Man springs up and grabs John, starts talking mad racist shit for someone within hit squishing distance, and John sort of gets shockwaves through his body until light pops, and then only then does Paul remove his arm. Why did you not remove his arm faster off black magic, you stupid? Why are you so slow and everything? Doesn't matter. Poop Face fucking passes out again, and they break Fernando out of prison and load him into a truck. On the way, they ask him, what the fuck do you know about all this shit? And the woman in the chair, he's like, don't know, man. They arrive at Hal's house, and he greets them with a double barrel, like, what the hell's happened? Paul's like, trust me. And then Melinda shouts, get those fucking piece of shit garbage off my goddamn porch. And John comes up like, Bouse, I'm just trying to help, Bouse. Takes the gun away. He enters the house and goes upstairs to Melinda, and they watch in horror as he fucking brutally chokes her to death. Why am I such a dick? Why have to ruin everything? The opposite doesn't do that, and he actually starts sucking the tumor out of her sickly face, and the light glows harder, the ground shakes, cause this ain't no mere penis infection. This is fucking thick time, baby. This whole ass tumor. So he heals her, and she wakes up sort of befuddled and confused, but she remembers John from a dream. She gives him her necklace and a hug, then the boys take him down to the car, then back to prison, back to his cell, all the while he's not in very much good shape. He still has not coughed out all the disappearing flies. Then they go to free this bitch asshole like, we got friends in high places too, so you best fuck off. Then they let the crybaby out, and while he's adjusting his effects, John's there. He grabs hold of him, and he shoots a full tumor's worth of flies into his mouth directly. He lets him go, then Percy, with no words said, Poker Face, goes over to Shitface's cell while Shitface is waking up, cries, then shoots him dead. They tackle him, and he barfs out all the nasty flies. Then Paul goes up to John like, what in the Lord's name was that? And he explains that he took care of the two bad men, and when Shitmouth touched him, he saw what he actually did and all the crimes he committed. And he takes Paul's hand to show him a gift and show him what he saw when he touched him, which is that he's the one that committed the crime that John is in for. What a coincidence that they both end up in this place. Also, I don't really know how John ended up finding the two girls. Maybe he stumbled upon them on a walk. I don't know. They didn't really listen. Anyway, Paul climaxes his way through these past visions and whatever's, and he feels John's pain. Then Pisshead gets sent to a lunatic pornography, which is totally what Looney Bin stands for, because he's basically brain dead right now. Or as this fine gentleman so eloquently puts it, I'm gonna write that down. Anywho, Paul doesn't know what to do, and he asks John if he wants to be freed because he doesn't want to execute basically an innocent angel, but John's like, no, kill me. Do it. See, he is done with the foolishment and evil of this world because he feels the pain too strongly, and as far as he's concerned, Paul going ahead with this is him performing a kindness to him. Guess that's why he didn't really find defend himself in court or try and prove his innocence. Also, not like it would have made a difference. He's a black dude in the depression. Sad reality is he's fucked either way. It's just a terrible situation overall. Pretty sad. Moving on, because this video is long enough already. They try and pamper him up with his choice of foods and a flicker show, the same one that old fart Paul cries at in the beginning of the movie because John's execution memory hits too hard, which transpired like this, with him being very calm and happy, having had a nice dream before the day of his execution, and in the chair everyone who knows got tears in their eyes. Pretty Boy straight up just turned on the waterworks. Even the switch operator seems to be sort of sad with tears in his eyes, which is kind of odd since he had zero contact with John throughout the whole movie. Maybe they told him stories and he believed them. Who cares? Moving on. Prepare for the big sad, because John says I'm sorry for what I am and requests to have the mask off because he's afraid of the dark. Paul shakes his hand, they flip the switch, and all the lights go to shit because an angel's fucking dying, hombre. After that we come back to old Paul and the bitch he talking to, who's like, you said you had a grown ass boy back there. Then after the check out, all this shit don't make any sense. I got bullshit. So he takes on a walk to his check, and at this moment I seriously thought he was going to show her the dead corpse of his son, but thank fuck it's only Mr. Jingles, because he found him after John's zapping, and he even proved it same with an old feeble but successful attempt at playing touch, and explains to her that maybe during John's execution John felt his pain, so we did the now to John, and some of the miracle introduced Mr. Jingles, giving him a super long life, and the same stuff happened to him when he took his hand and gave him that gift or the vision of Shitmouth's crimes, and he goes, bitch, I'm 108 years old, and he believes since he killed one of God's miracles or whatever, that he is cursed with a super duper long but not eternal life, seeing everyone that he loves die. This movie gets 7,000 depressions out of 4 soybeans. Welcome to Pirates of the Caribbean Curse of the Black Pearl. Now this is one of those movies with lots of info, so as usual, big data board time. Characters. First, Captain Jack Sparrow, who is in a state of permanent drunkenness. Used to be the captain of the Black Pearl and got backstabbed by his first mate 10 years ago and left marooned on an island with a single pistol with a single bullet. Barbara Badosa used to be Jack's first mate, so I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. But additionally, he and his now crew of the Black Pearl, because he's the captain now, are cursed. William Turner, son of Billiam Turner. He's a common bitch, but important because they need his blood to break the curse, which I'll explain more about later. He also loves Miss Elizabeth Swan, which is an uncommon bitch. She's quite adventurous and the governor's kid. Corridor No Ringtone, who is kind of an unimportant dude. All you need to know is that he's a commodore in the Navy, Army, what have you, and he wants to marry Elizabeth Longneck Waterbury. Now some other shit you need to know, the Black Pearl, which is the fastest ship in the sea, and its curse, which is kind of an inaccurate name here because it's actually the curse of the Aztec gold. That are 882 pieces of gold cursed by some dickheads where whoever stole them becomes a non-dying human that turns into a decomposed corpse under the moonlight. And the only way to undo this curse is to return all the pieces to the chest it came from and sacrifice some blood on that gold. Now for some reason, if you steal the gold as a group, everybody in that group has to leak his blood on the piece of gold he stole. If not, if there's like one person that didn't do it, they're all still fucked, which is kind of what is happening with the curse of the Black Pearl. They're all still fucked because one guy didn't do it, which is Billion Turner. That's all you need to know for now. Beginning with the moving picture, we join in with little Miss Swan on a boat ride to the land of England, or actually it might be from England because they're going to the Caribbean. Doesn't matter, unimportant, I'm wasting time here. She is traveling with No Ringtone and her dad when they come across a shipwreck and find a boy overboard. It is Will Turner. They rescue him and she finds him dripped out in bling that she steals and keeps for 8 years in a dusty drawer when she finally decides that today is the day that this incredibly suspicious looking pirate gold that no one knows she has is going to go on to her. Right, she's gonna wear it because she had a dream about how she got it when she was 12. Fascinating stuff. Then her dad comes in her room with a gift that he wants her to wear to Corridor Norrington's promotion ceremony, which she must first wear a corset for, also known as a I will not breathe in the name of fashion device. Why do we not call fashion designers fascists? I know it's reserved for like Hitler and shit, but we could just call him a dumb cunt. It's what he is, right? Anyway, they both go down to receive a gift they ordered from Grown Will for No Ringtone. He's a Will Smith? No, he's not Will Smith. There's a Smith in it. I remember. Hold on. A blacksmith. And he made this sweet sword for him that's super balanced. Him and Lizzie opposite like each other. They have a short convo like, I had a dream about the lady. Do you remember? How could I forget Miss Swan? I told you, you can call me Elizabeth. At least once more, Miss Swan. Grow some balls, you bitch-ass horseback. Then we cut to Captain Jack Sparrow very elegantly arriving at the port, and unless there are dolphins pulling this along or other sea creatures tugging this thing that is 90% sunken, I don't think it should be moving at all due to the drag of the sails underwater alone. But what do I know? Also, it's a cool shot, so it gets cool shot points for that, so who cares? He steals some money that's just left out in the open by some idiots. Then he tries to finesse these two retarded guards and steal the fastest ship in the Royal Navy using the power of bullshit alone, although he gets pretty far simply due to the fact that they are two argumentative dumbass fucks and keep arguing with each other, but not far enough because it starts raining women. See, while this was happening, Lizzie was finding it harder and harder to breathe at Corridor's ego-stroking ceremony, and while he proposes to her, he's too self-absorbed to notice that bitch's claim to the lack of oxygen is not because of his glorious proposal or anything, it's just that she can't breathe and she passes out, falling off whatever this place is, missing all these rocks that are miraculously not visible in this shot. Also, how old was Norrington when the movie began? Minimum somewhere around like 20-ish? And wasn't she like 12 or something? Maybe 13? Fuck is this? Pirates of the Caribbean grooming simulator? Whatever, back to Jack. The guards won't save her, so he's like fucking useless. Then jumps down to save her. And while she's in the water, her medallion lets out a beacon or like a calling sign, and immediately there's a change in the winds and the weather as a whole. And after he saves her and fixes her breathing problem, Mr. Ringtone arrives and arrests him because he's a pirate, so she's like, you can't do that, you saved me, and now you're gonna save me. And he uses her and once again copious amounts of bullshit to escape and get away, end up in a blacksmith shop where the owner is piss-faced, blacked out drunk, so he very thoroughly makes sure he'll stay that way. Whoa! And frees himself from his irons, only for Will to come in and start hindering his escape because he heard that he threatened Miss Swan. And I don't know if Will meant to aim at the door, but I'm just saying, it's pretty lucky that it didn't go through Jack's head and didn't die. It's lucky for him and for us, because that'd be very boring for me. They end up fighting some more until Jack puts a gun on him and tells him that this shot is not meant for you, only for super drunk Mr. Brown to finally wake up and kill Steele Will's kills and I don't know, arrest. Once again taking credit for Will's hard work, and the royal dickheads burst in and take away Sparrow. Then later on in the center cabinet, that's why I'm making it a thing. Fuck it. The Black Pearl arrives to town and starts raining down hellfire, campfire, and all manner of things on the port water. Pirates coming out to shore, big pirate shit, and looking for that piece of gold that calls for them. And we finally find it on Lizzie, about to shoot her and take it. She calls Parley, French pirate code for take me to the cabin without her name. They do that, and while they're transporting her back to the ship, Will spots her, but then gets surprised by a guy he supposedly axed to death a few minutes ago, and then gets knocked out by this other guy. Since these pirates are cursed and can't die, then why the big twizzling shit nugget who's this dollar pirate pretend to die? How do you even feel that he got hit without feel anything? What the fuck? Doesn't matter, because a few of the pirates find Jack in the brig. Is it the brig? It's homeland? I don't know. Whatever, I'm not a pirate. They find him and mock him. He retaliates and mocks back, and through a break of the clouds, he finds out that the curse is real. And back on the Black Pearl, Lizzie is taken to Captain Barbarossa, and she tries to cut a deal with him to make him leave. Port Royal will never come back, and she'll give him this medallion that she thinks. thinks they really want. So they're like, nah, we don't really want that thing. So she tests their nerves by pretending to drop it in the ocean, and they flinch. So it is confirmed that them hoes want that thing. And by the way, this shot is not like this shot. See the difference? But more importantly, why are they threatened by this? We see later on that they can literally walk on the ocean bed because they can't die. So this is no problem for them. They just can go down and search for it. Not to mention, if they're quick enough, they can catch it before it reaches the ocean bed. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Anyway, Barbarossa is like, okay, give it here. He takes it, and we leave now. And he takes off, but doesn't take her back to shore because she was stupid enough to tell them that her last name was not Swan, but Turner. So they figure out that she is the lost kid of ex-crew member Billiam Turner that they need the blood out to break the curse, and they want to keep her to break the curse. But obviously, she's not the one they need Will. And once again, like I said before, assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. Next day, Will's up bright and early to ruin a perfectly good map because these feet want to take their sweet old time to go rescue Lizzie, and he doesn't want to do that. He goes straight to Jack because he overheard that he has experience with the Black Pearl. And after Jack hears Will's last name and figures out that he's Billiam Turner's son, he can use him to his advantage. He decides that he will help him save his bonny lass. So Will springs him out of the clink and goes,
Hurry, someone will have heard that.
then how'd you get in? Was no one guarding this place? Whatever. They go and commandeer a really strong ship that's a little bit offshore by using bullshit Jack Sparrow tactics, and I'm not even gonna try and question the feasibility of this. It might be possible, it might not, I don't care. What I really want to know is how the fuck he knows where they're going. Whatever though, they get there and are somehow strong enough to do this to the rudder and scare the crew off into their lifeboats and make them call for the fastest ship in the Royal Navy, the Interceptor, to come arrest them, which they do in the simplest way ever, because once they arrive, they have the whole crew of the strong ship, leaving no one on the other one. Which is, I'm not an ancient naval guy or pirate or anything, but that's pretty fucking retarded, gotta be honest here. But anyway, Jack and Will take advantage of this lunacy, pull the old switcheroo on them and take their ship, take off with it. Obviously they can't follow them because they fuck with the steering system, and they make their way over to Tortuga, which is Pirate Central, to pick up a new crew. And on their journey, Jack tells Will about his dad, that he was a good man and a pirate, and Will gets mad at that, doesn't believe that. So Jack's like, look, your dad was a good man and a pirate, that's a fact. And facts don't give a shit about your fucking feelings. You can't change reality right now. You can moan and groan about this all day long, or you can accept that that's just how the cookie crumbles and move on with life. Like the same human being, he accepts that fact, and they make it to Tortuga, where Jack meets up with his trusty old friend, Mr. Gibbs, and he tells him about his mad plan to get the Black Pearl back, using Will as leverage because Barbarossa needs him. So he rounds up a bunch of willing, able-bodied dipshits to sail under his command, and they sail through a storm using a compass, points to whatever the fuck you want, to get to an island where Black Pearl makes birth, meaning it stops there and keeps all this fucking treasure and trash there. I think it's called Isla de Muerta, if my memory serves me correct. Meanwhile, on the Pearl, Barbarossa invites Lizzie to eat and watches her in fascination because any food he puts in his mouth turns into ash, then explains the whole curse stuff to her, and then they need her blood to break it. She doesn't believe that and stabs him, but he can't die obviously, so he's like, so okay, what's next exactly? So she runs out on deck in fear, only to get more scared because she sees the cursed skeleton crews form under the moonlight, and they go all scary skeletons on her and send shivers down her spine till she runs back into a room and hides till they get to Isla de Muerta, where Jack and his crew arrive shortly after, and they both enter the cave where all their treasures are, where Barbarossa is giving a speech to the crew and they're about to undo the curse, and while Jack's thinking up a bullshit trick to the situation in his favor, Will bonks him in the head unconscious so he cannot use him to his advantage, and Barbarossa gives Lizzie a small cut in her hand to drop some blood on the coin and undo the curse, and she's like, that's it? He's like, waste not. I hate to break this to everybody, but you know that the only reason they're keeping her alive is to probably rape the shit out of her after they get the tingle back in their dingles. Just saying. Thankfully for her though, the undoing of the curse didn't work, and after they very scientifically check that, he gets mad at her and gets the coin out of her chest, which by the way must be shallow as shit because there's no way 882 pieces of gold will fill any chest that fully if it's any deeper than a half an inch. But anyway, he's like, are you not the child of Bill Turner? No. Then why the fuck I just can't, bitch? And he slaps her down this hill with the coin, which is the dumbest, most retarded move you can do. Why the fuck would you throw the fucking coin down, you brain-rotting idiot? They argue among themselves about whose fault it is, while Will gets to her and takes her back to the ship while adhering to the pirate code with Jack, which is the exact opposite of the marine code, which is any man who falls behind gets left behind. And after Barbarossa notices that she is not there anymore and the medallion is gone, they scour the place looking for her, but only find Jack. Surprised but undeterred, they want to kill him, but they can't because he knows who's blood in him. So they take him onto the Pearl and they keep arguing about the medallion and the ship, blah-de-blah-de-blah, and I've always felt there's something up about this scene, and I finally figured it out. It's that Jack has significantly less mascara on here than any other scene, but that's not important. Because they start closing in on the Interceptor because they fast as fuck, and they even pull out the oars for extra boost. And I can't help but think that they'd be much quicker if they didn't have a million holes in their sail. But whatever. Over on the Interceptor, Orlando Bloom was fixing up Lizzie's tiny little cut on her hand, and she's like, dude, stop, but I'm about to bust! She gives him them down, and he gets pissed because that is confirmation that they weren't capping with the whole you got the pirate thing. Then they see that the Pearl is gaining on them, and despite their best efforts to get away, it is no good, so they decide on abrupt chaos, drop their anchor, and do a sick handbrake right turn in the water to face and fight the Deadman crew. And I'm gonna just cut to the chase right here because I'm low on time. They lose, Barbossa gets the koi, and the crew is way too loosely tied up, and Will somehow ends up escaping a sinking ship that is Victor Blow, where he was trapped underneath. I'm just gonna pretend that he found a Mario power-up invincibility star and he survived this, however improbable it is. Maybe he found a hole and escaped through it, doesn't matter. He shows up and tells Barbossa who he is and uses the empty threat of throwing what they need to break the curse overboard into the ocean, which is obviously him. He's gonna shoot himself and then drop if he doesn't promise that they leave the crew unharmed and let Lizzie go free. Which is even worse than the coin threat because it's super easy to fetch a corpse out of the fucking ocean, and I'm pretty sure it'll still be full of more than enough blood to end the curse, you dumb virgin. But anyway, Barbossa agrees. But since he didn't specify when or where Lizzie should be, he's gonna maroon her and Jack on the same island that he marooned Jack on last time with the same single bullet pistol that he throws into the water for him to go after, which he does get, further reinforcing my claim that throwing shit into the fucking water is a nothing burger of a threat. And on this island, he tells her that his miraculous escape last time wasn't miraculous at all because a bunch of rum runners used this as a storage facility, and he spent 3 days total drunk on this island till they came by and, you know, give him passage to wherever the hell he went afterwards. So she helps him drink himself asleep and burns everything, all the rum. Why is the rum gone? Because she says that.
The entire Royal Navy is out with me. Do you really think that there is even the slightest chance they won't see it?
Of course there is, bitch. Do you know how big the fucking ocean is? Nevertheless, they do find her, and once reunited with her father and Ringtone, she begs Ringtone to save Will as a wedding gift. So he agrees and uses Jack Sparrow to give him a bearing or heading or point the way to Treasure Island, Isla de Muerta Treasure Island, the one there where the Pearl is. Meanwhile, aboard the Pearl, with the whole crew in the brig, they get told the story of Billiam Turner, Bootstrap Bill, Will's father, how he wasn't really a big fan of Jack's mutiny, so he sent his one coin over to his son Will. Barbossa got mad at that, so he strapped a cannon to him and threw him into the ocean to be lost forever at sea. And only after that they found out that they needed his blood to break the curse, so they kind of screwed themselves on that front, but now they're about to break it. And a little while later, the situation is as follows. Both parties are now at Isla de Muerta. Barbossa is inside, Ringtone outside with Jack, and Jack tries to convince him, tell him go inside, and convince Barbossa to let his crew come out so they can kill them. But once he gets inside, he convinces Barbossa to let his crew out before ending the curse so they can go attack the British and win the fight because they cannot die. So Barbossa agrees and sends out his men by foot, not by boat, on the ocean bed. They climb up onto the ship and they wreak havoc on the ship. The rest of the British on the boats outside don't hear any of the gunshots or battle going on the ship, even though this stupid little decoy started shooting at the ship and they were just staring at them. So fucking explain that to me. Also, Elizabeth, who was locked away in the captain's room for safety, escaped through the window of the boat and started rolling away. And the Pearl can defeat Jack's crew and take control of it. And this is where I ask how the fuck she got that boat, because to my knowledge, they don't keep boats back there. They keep it on the sides of the ship, right? Am I wrong here? I don't know. After they take control of the ship, she wants them to help her save Will, but they don't want to, saying that they want to keep to the pirate code. So she goes alone to the boys who are currently battling Barbossa and some of his men. Jack gets stabbed, and we find out when he steps into the moonlight that he cursed himself on purpose just in case something like this happened by slyly pocketing a coin while trying to convince Barbossa to send out his men. And so they continue fighting. Lizzie joins the fray and fights with them till eventually Barbossa pulls a gun on her and we hear one gunshot, except it's not from him, it's from Jack right at Barbossa's dead heart. And he's like, congrats moron, you just wasted your one shot. But he didn't, because mid-fight he bled on his koi and threw it over to Will, who also did the same, and dropped it in the chest, breaking the curse right as Barbossa was mocking him, making him mortal again, causing him to bleed out of his fucking wretched heart and die. Quick question, if he would have stepped into the moonlight real quick and came back, would that have reset his wound or something? I'm just curious. Anyway, the rest of the crew also have God mode turned off, so they lose to the stupid British. Everyone goes home, Jack goes to hang, but at his hanging, Will confesses his love to Elizabeth, and with a little help from her, he attempts a daring rescue of Jack, which gets pretty far. Will tells No Ringtone that his place is right here between him and Jack, and Lizzie joins to stand between him and Jack as well, next to Will, breaking up with Ringtone. All around bad day for Ringtone, and I think we can all agree here, he's getting shafted right now. Then Jack stumbles off the same spot Lizzie's fainted off, landing in the ocean in the same spot she landed in, avoiding all the rocks, finding his ship back with his homies, ready to welcome him back as their captain. This movie gets 3 spooky scary skeletons out of a single pumpkin. Welcome to Morbius, which starts off with Jared Latte, a kind, crippled doctor catching a bunch of blood-sucking bats in Costa Rica, using his own blood to lure them in, which already has me questioning how the f he didn't die from this, or at least get seriously injured, like rabies. Isn't he afraid of rabies? And why he didn't have like a bleeding animal or a bag of blood, which he's in no shortage of, because he's a blood doctor, to use as bait instead of himself. What a great start to this movie. It's already absolutely retarded. Anyway, we cut back to 25 years earlier in Greece in a children's hospital where young Morbius is morbing out in a fucking bed, and either he's broke AF or an orphan unsure. Could be neither, could be both, who cares? Because he welcomes a new rich boy which has his same uncurable illness that probably kills people a lot, really young and shit, because he doesn't even respect him enough to call him by his actual name and calls him Milo, because he'll probably die soon, so no use to remember his real name. And he explains to him how this fucked illness they have works. See, they have ruined DNA that makes them waffle fucked like, and need to change some blood 3 times a day. And immediately Milo, aka Lucian, aka young Doctor Who, has his controller die. He faints because his bloody blood machine ain't working properly, so Morb dude fixes it with the spring of a pen, and their doctor dude's like, "Damn, you smart. I'm gonna send you to a fancy school in New York for fancy smart people." He doesn't talk like that, I'm not talking like that. So Morb Kid goes and leaves a letter for Milo, who gets beat up by asshole kids for it, and I don't know if this is because I saw all the news of how crap this movie is, but this whole, oh look at their friendship, they're such close friends shit is rushed as fuck to me. I am not at all invested in their friendship or even care the least bit for either of them. And again, that rarely is the case, so whatever. Back to present day with Morbius rejecting a Nobel Prize for making life-saving artificial blood, and his hot doctor friend telling him how stupid he is for doing that, and how stupid he is for doing super sketchy experimentation with blood-sucking bats, trying to use movie science and take something from their DNA and put it in humans' DNA because they can do something with blood that humans can't do with blood, and will cure his disease. Basically, this is a force-fucked version of Lizard Person's origin story from The Amazing Spider-Man. Anyway, he did one successful test on a mouse, so obviously he wants to keep going and develop this shit until he can test it on himself, but it is highly illegal and very expensive, so he goes to what we were supposed to gather from the very shitty introduction is his lifelong super rich friend Milo, like, sup homo? Oh, if it isn't my favorite terminally ill cripple. Okay, so listen, I might have a cure for this, but it's super expensive and very wrong. Say less, baby, you had me at very wrong. That doesn't make any sense at all, that's literally the last thing I said. Funding acquired. Skip to him and walk out from both doing tests in the ocean, skipping directly to a successful attempt of a human bat DNA cocktail, and he like, good enough, and she injects him with this modified bat dinner serum, human serum, whatever you want to call it. He seizures it up a bit, as you do in these mirrors. The guard comes down to check on them, and him and Martina are being mean to each other. I get that he's a stupid gun-for-hire, goon-type dude, but he's hard to protect them. Why are they being such absolute idiots to each other? They're on the same fucking team with Mark. Anyway, they then notice Morb Dude missing and check on him, only to find a vampire dude that's super and releases vague clouds whenever he moves. He kills the dumb goon. Other guards come in and knock out Martina, so he kills everyone on the ship except for Martina, honestly, and drains their bodies of their sweet red vampire Gatorade. Then turns back to a normal human, except he's buff now, and sees what he did on all the security cameras and can't remember any of it because it's like he passed out. Shit calls for help, SOS, and the lifeguard boat stuff, takes the bat serum stuff and jumps ship. And once the big boat is found, Tyrese and Dorkman are the detectives on the case and exclaim how weird this is. Then we switch over to a time with Martina in the hospital and Jared fucking around, finding out he has to keep drinking blood or else he'll get weak again and or lose control and go on a sucking spree. It's unclear, honestly. The movie makes a shitty job of explaining this. So he tops himself up with his fake manufactured blood, fucks around a bit more to discover his powers a bit more, and he finds out that he's one with the bats, sort of, and he has echolocation that he tests out by bouncing a ball. How the fuck did it bounce so much? Pretty sure there's a limit to how many times a ball will bounce no matter how hard you throw it. Or maybe not, I don't know, I'm not a scientist that tests this shit. He also notes that fake blood only quenches his thirst for a bit, and that short time keeps getting smaller and smaller, so eventually have to suck real blood. And if he doesn't suck in blood at all, as I said, he will become weak and or like go on a sucking spree. So the genius doctor comes up with the brilliant idea to starve himself from blood in a glass box. How fucking wise of him. I mean, what exactly is he trying to achieve here? I know he wasn't trying to kill himself, because if he was, then when Milo came over to check on him, he wouldn't have asked him to get him some blood. He would have just let himself die. Also, where the fuck did he get the blood to write this shit? Did he stab himself? Whatever, man. I'm not even gonna fucking question this shit. So he drinks the fake blood that Doctor Who gave it to him, and Doctor Who thinks that he now found the cure for his illness, and he wants it, and he doesn't care that he turns into a vampire because he wants to live a long, happy, healthy, blood-sucking life. But Morbius refuses to give it to him because he says it's a curse, not a blessing, or not a cure, and he forces him to leave. Then at night, the doctor has her blood sucked down to 0% by a figure that the movie doesn't want to show clearly, so it's obviously not Morbius. You're not fooling anybody with this shit movie. So the cops who were just questioning a conscious Martina in the hospital go to Morbius, and is trying to escape with a bag full of blood after that news of that one bitch that got sucked came out. But then he meets Detective Fast and Furious and Detective Lane and Curious in the lobby, who want to arrest him on basically no grounds, but he goes a vape-nation super bat and goes up to the roof using super jumps, getting there in mere seconds, and on the roof he, for some fucking mad reason, leaves the bag. I don't know why he does this, but he leaves the bag. Then some vague clouds push him, or something. I don't know what these are. The movie never explained this shit, by the way. And Tyrese shows up once again, showcasing the raw capabilities of super fast 200-mile-an-hour movie elevators, and arrests him. And now when the detention complex, which is just a fancy way to say jail. They're charging him for the murder of that doctor in that hallway, or nurse, as it were. She's a nurse, I think. He starts to get thirsty, then Milo visits him, dropping off some real blood that the guards somehow do not see, and he leaves without his cane, limp, fading away as he walks away, which is stupid. He took the bat serum and fucking became a vampire. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. We're not deciphering the Rosetta Stone here. It's not that big of a mystery, no matter how hard the movie tries to make it feel like it is. But that's not what's bothering me. What's bothering me is that he only faked limp and illness for Morbius. This twat has no need to keep faking it as he's walking away and have it fade away. This was only done for movie suspense, which there is none of, but who cares, whatever. Mikey connects the oh-so-elusive dots, drinks the red Gatorade, and morbs out of his cell to find and confront Milo, who just killed a civilian. Then they argue, see, obviously Doctor Who killed this nurse, and he doesn't want to turn back to a normal guy, thinking it is great on a curse that they're not monsters, but Morb obviously thinks the opposite, and he wants to reverse the shit. Milo tries to leave, but Morb stops him. They end up fighting in the subway, with Milo killing a few cops, so Morb starts walking away from him, which is confusing as fuck, because he was just trying to follow Milo a minute ago, now it's the reverse. Milo wants to get him. Then the Vape Nation shit starts happening again, and he escapes by flying in front of a train. Still have no idea what the fuck this is, and I don't know why Milo can't do this. What, he didn't unlock it on the fucking skill tree? Stupid shit movie. He might have gotten different powers. I don't know. Who cares? Morb dude beats up with Martinez, who just lost the cop tailing her, and asks her to get some shit from his lab, while he coincidentally overhears some thugs mention that they have a lab they use to make money. And on the way to find this lab that he coincidentally found, he coincidentally finds some paramedics who coincidentally leave their bags fully exposed and open for him to take some of his coincidentally being there. Oh, so many coincidences, guys. Oh my god, they're really pushing how many coincidences they can have in like 10 seconds, right, guys? Fuck, I have no idea what's wrong with me. Okay, he finds a counterfeit money lab and scares the thugs away by breaking their fucking hands and saying shit like this. Who the hell are you, man? I am Venom. No, you're not. You're a vamp piece of shit. Next, we hop over to Milo, dancing and flexing, getting dressed between various inconsistent stages of getting dressed. Because look, button shirt, tie on, blazer on, open, untucked shirt, still putting it on, except a tucked shirt, buttoned up, tie on. Now suddenly, he's tying the tie again with an untucked shirt. Yeah, he could be redoing everything because that's what you're doing in this world. And this probably wasn't worth mentioning, but fuck you, it's my channel. I do whatever. He then feasts on a few dudes and surprises Martina in Mike's old lab, asking for his location. She successfully lies through her teeth, then goes to help Michael find a way, reverse their vampiness. Then Mouse sex it up on the roof of this building, which is another stupid relationship nobody had a single nickel invested in, but whatever. Milo is watching them because he clearly didn't believe and followed her, and he does nothing. And we cut to the cops immediately, which is perplexing because we know that he knows Morbius is working on a serum to reverse their vampireness, and he wants to stop him. But only later does he do anything about this. Why? Explain to me! This is on cap, no glizzy, the dumbest fuckadoodle wang shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Whatever. Cops though, cops. Let's move on to the cops, who have CCTV footage of Milo fucking sucking off 3 dudes in a parking lot. The vampire type of sucking off, I thought it was. Which fucking old doctor guy, the one that was taking care of them when we were kids, saw on the news. So he went over to Milo, who can't sleep, and he figures out that he's a vampire and he wants him to stop this and be normal. Milo disapproves of his disapproval and injures him. Then that guy calls Michael for help, who had just made a serum to fix his condition, except it's more of a poison for vampires and will kill vampires rather than reverse their condition. So he goes over to his dying childhood doctor, but he can't really do shit, and in his dying breath he's able to stop Milo, who is currently holding Martina hostage to lure him over. See, told you he only does shit later. Also, wasn't he just there? What the, how do they not like cross path? What the fuck? Fuck this dumb survival movie. Whatever. He uses super bat hearing to do that Assassin's Creed thing and locate them, and flies over there using vape nace shit that is still very unclear to me. And he gets there only to find her at the brink of death, so she allows him or tells him or kind of forces him to drink her blood because real blood is better than artificial blood for vamps. It makes him stronger or whatever. And she wants him to go defeat Milo, so he gulps down a bit of her blood. She dies. Nobody fucking cares about her. He starts fighting Milo, who just stand there chilling. They fight through that building, then Milo RKOs him to another building, and then they end up in this. I'm lost on this one, I don't know what the place is. They end up in some fucking place, okay, with no people and a bunch of pipes and shit. Probably sewers. Don't know. Then Morbius somehow summons a shit ton of bats, stands up and proclaims that it is morbing time. Okay, maybe he does do that. But he does sort of like command the bats to hold Milution down, which he for some reason is powerless against, although he too is a vampire, but whatever, I'm just gonna stick to my vampire theory that they got different powers. But anyway, while he holds him down, he sticks him with this vampire poison, and he's like, Michael, you can't kill me! He fucking does a Mickey Mouse voice, basically. I'm not, like, much. So he dies, RIP in Olive Garden's unlimited breadsticks. The cops arrive and watch as bats shoot out of the hole they like fucking entered through or broke through to get to the sewers area. And where the hell is the scar that Tyrese had throughout the whole movie? It's gone. Don't tell me it's hiding beneath the car, that's bullshit. You know it isn't. Also, Hot Doctor wakes up as a vampire. Does that mean that the rest of the vamp victims also wake up as vampires, or only her because he didn't suck her down to empty? Only like a little bit. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The Vulture shows up and we get an after credit scene with him and Morbius. This movie gets a 9.3 out of 10. Amazing. Lovely work. Chapeau. Chapeau. Welcome to the Iron Giant, or Iron, whichever way you want to pronounce it. I feel like the people who argue about that pronunciation also have fights about whether it's pronounced GIF or GIF. These people are also known as time-wasting dipshits. So am I right now. Let me get back to the movie. Fuck, I didn't even start the movie. I gotta stop doing this sidetracking shit. A rock is falling out of space, or is it a rock? Then a guy lost at sea in a storm spots it falling from the earth and crashes into a lighthouse, or does he crash into a lighthouse? Ooh. He then gets washed away to an actual lighthouse. Then we pan over to him in a small town diner where the sailor dude is telling people about what he saw and the sea, and he told the government about it, and nobody believes him. However, Goatee Dean and main character Cho'Gath the kid overheard him, and Cho'Gath believes the nutjob. Then Dean's dick turns into a squirrel and he lets it loose on the diner. And later that night, Cho'Gath's mom, who works at the diner, is going to be late because she's working, which means that he will reign supreme over their house and do whatever he wants. So while he eats diabetes fuel and watches Martin Scorsese movies, the TV shits the bed. So the brave little lad climbs up to the roof to see what's up with the antenna and finds it gone. He also notices massive tracks and broken shit all over the property. Now this, coupled with the fact that I know that the giant likes to eat metal and he ate the antenna probably, makes me ask how the fuck the kid didn't hear him. And I know what you're gonna say, I know. He did hear something that he was gonna go and check. But it is not nearly as loud as it's supposed to be, because we will hear later how fucking loud and shitty at stealth this fucker is. Anyway, the kid gears up and armed with a BB gun that will destroy the torch that is attached to it if that trigger is pulled. Dipshit child. He sets off into the night to follow the trail until he finds this electrical grid power station thing that a big iron giant starts munching on until it touches the wrong thing and starts getting zippity zappity boobity boppity. And Cho'Gath starts feeling bad for the big giant and goes to switch off the power station and alleviate his suffering. And I refuse to believe that the electrical power station has its on and off switch alone, away from any other controls, not locked away in a room, box, or even behind a fence to stop anyone from fucking with the electrical grid, even in the 1950s. This is just retarded for any time, really. Or am I wrong again here, electricians of the internet? So the kid checks out the passed out giant. The giant wakes up and freaks the kid. The kid runs away to find his mom, who was out looking for him after she could not find him at home. He tries to tell her what he saw in a panic, but she not having it. Like, shut the fuck up, kid, we're poor and I got work tomorrow. In the car. They drive home and Cho'Gath looks back to see the giant staring at them, and he does not say anything. I know your mom's mad, kid, but I'd say that it's pretty worth it to force her to stop and look, just to prove that you ain't talking diarrhea butthole speak out of your mouth. Also, what's stopping the giant from following them? Next, kid goes to school. Dean fucks with the mom, flirts with the mom. I'm pretty sure what fucking happens, but later. He also picks up a scrap tractor with a bite out of it. Then we cut to government dude Kent Ainsley, sent to investigate the weird happenings in this town, and he is the lead of this movie. Also the only character other than the mom that has colored eyes. Don't know why that is, but he don't give a fuck about this town and he thinks that people are crazy. However, one huge bite out of his preferred means of transport later is enough to convince him that bigger things are afoot here. Also, the giant eats his car in 2 bites unnoticed, and I'm clueless as to why he did it in 2 bites and how he once again got away with it quietly. And from now on, I'm gonna try my hardest to ignore questioning how this evidently incredibly loud robot does shit quietly throughout this whole movie. I'm gonna try my best, no promises though. Moving on to Cho'Gath, who's trying to lure in the giant with a tiny piece of metal so he can take a picture of him, but it takes too long. He takes a selfie and falls asleep, then wakes up with the giant right behind him, so he runs away scared for his life, loses the camera in between shots, and then finally gets stopped by a tree branch. The giant pops a squat right next to him and shows him the shut-off switch. So Cho'Gath figures that he's friendly, like, damn, I didn't know he would chill like that. That guy's so sick. He tries to communicate with him and teaches him some English, and decides to not tell the authorities or anyone about the giant because Americans tend to be a little bit gun-ho whenever they see something they don't understand or isn't deep-fried. And he tells him to stay in the woods because it's getting dark and he has to go home because his mom's gonna get worried. But retard giant does not understand shit, and he keeps trying to follow him home, and then he tries to eat some train tracks right as the train is about to pass by. So the kid expertly communicates to him that he needs to fix the train tracks, and after the kid says, that's good enough, let's go, the giant knows that that isn't the case. That is an easy derailment right there, you dumbass hoe. And while Cho'Gath yells at him to get out the way, he's like, shush, child, this requires precision.
Crashes into a
Woo, shiny. Boof, huge collision. The giant comes apart, but that's okay because he can fix himself. So Cho'Gath goes to hide in his barn while the giant reassembles himself and goes to eat food with his mom, only to find that one of the giant's dislocated hands is fucking around in his house, which I don't think should happen because robots just don't miss a hand that they're reassembling. He has a bump in his head, so maybe he's glitched out. A computer's glitched out sometimes, so whatever. He notices the hand, excuses himself to go deal with it, only to have Captain Jackass knock on the door asking to use the phone because he went to investigate the train shit, and the survivors told him, yes, there are survivors. People that survived are the train conductors. How is that possible? They were at the helm of the train. They should be fucking dead, but whatever. They told him about this big metal giant and he wants to go use a phone, call the army dudes to give him backup because he thinks it's the Russians or a Sputnik or something. I don't know. But the dude on the phone's like, bitch, please at least give me some evidence first and ask for truth, motherfucker. Then Ainsley notices that the BB gun he found at the power station belongs to the kid, and he hears his mom telling him about how the kid is talking about big robots and shit, so now he has a deal where to get evidence for his shoots. And after he goes back to his from the battles and then pretends to evacuate his battles to go to the gun just get the then the giant gets hungry. I don't understand how he digests metal. It's obviously food. Does he evacuate his values? Does he shit? Does he release gases? Whatever. I'm just gonna chalk it up to his faith in himself. So they go look for food and find this abandoned car, but sadly it gets pulled away by Dean to the scrapyard. But Cho'Gath knows that the knife gets you shit we make food and figures out that the scrapyard is basically like an open plate for the giant. So they go there and he gets his nutrition on, but they make a lot of noise with this one specific car that he gets rid of. That probably kills them. Or no, actually, maybe it landed in the woods. This is a small town in America, isn't it? You know, you can fit all the humans on Earth in one blob of humans and only pick up 1%. Listen, I have a tour. I give you the best price. The noise he makes alerts Dean, so Cho'Gath goes to deal with that, and he invites him in, parts some wisdom on him, then more noise happens, and this time he unmistakably the giant. And after he convinces the giant not to go, he convinces Dean to let the giant stay in his junkyard and eat his business. But Dean says he can only stay for tonight, and with the sun rising, the two gets home just in time to find out that Ainsley has rented a room in their house, and he gets a call from Dean saying, no, you said you could stay the night. Technically, it was the morning at the time, meaning he still has the full day to stay there, bitch. Also, how did he get his fucking phone number? Fuck, I forgot phone books existed. Never mind. He shuts the line because Detective Dickhead is turning into Detective Pain in the ass, nagging him about big robot information that he keeps denying even exists, while Dean struggles with the giant till he uses him to make art out of his scrap, which is a hobby of his. And after Cho'Gath loses Ainsley by feeding him laxatives, he joins them to find out that they are getting along like two cakes in a urinal, so they play a bit and go to a lake where the giant cannonballs it and causes a minor natural disaster. Dean gets tsunamied over to the middle of a road and displays the biggest dick energy I have ever seen in my entire life. Meanwhile, Ainsley is troubleshooting and investigating until he stumbles upon Cho'Gath's lost camera in the woods where he finds proof of what he needs in the selfie he took. How did Cho'Gath not hear the fucking big giant move behind him? Oh, fuck, I said I would not bring this up. I said I'm not. Moving on. After that, we cut to Cho'Gath and Giganto connecting with nature and a deer that immediately gets shot by a bunch of hunters that he scares off, and Giganto gets sad because of that. By the way, they seem very nonchalant about the fact that two more loose ends just ran away and they're trying to keep him a secret. But anyway, Giganto gets really sad and Cho'Gath gets all philosophical with him about life and death and telling him that death is a part of life and it's not bad to die, but it's bad to kill, and souls don't die. Cute stuff, very cool, very nice. Giant feels better now and goes to sleep and has dreams that are more like memories of him going Terminator crazy on a fucking alien planet that gets transmitted to Dean's TV. Then back at Cho'Gath's home, Kent Guy interrogates the kid with his proof and gets the location of the giant, then drugs the kid, puts him to sleep, calls the army to come over, then traps the kid in his own room. How did the mom let this clearly predatorial psycho stay in the same house? Not only that, in the room across from her child. Maybe he's not clearly predatorial, but he's clearly a fucking psycho, unhinged fucker. They play a game of you go to sleep first, bitch. No, you go to sleep first, bitch. And Ainsley seems to win, or does he? Because Cho'Gath got past him when he was asleep and got word to Dean cleverly disguised the giant as a giant piece of art that is not moving. He was instructed to not move for the army next day to arrive and see the giant as art, and that leads Kent to get chewed out by the main army dude and gets shafted from his job. And after the coast is clear, Cho'Gath, these nuts, starts playing with the giant who wants to be Superman, but as soon as he sees this plastic gun, his evil senses switch on and almost kills the kid, and after Dean protects him and tells him off, the giant, who is disgusted by his own actions, runs away. But when he does that, Dean figures out that he was only prompted to switch on his evil senses once he saw that gun, was acting defensively. So they go after him on Dean's bike because he's sad that Dean called him nothing but a big gun and ran away. It's snowing now and the giant is still bummed, but he does save 2 kids from falling off a building, revealing himself to the whole town. Those kids are still very much dead since his hand is still solid. Them falling on it is still like falling on the sidewalk. Although he might have matched his hand to their speed and dampened his hand a bit to provide a softer landing, and we just couldn't tell because the angle and frame it was shot in didn't allow for the proper depth perception to notice that. Anyway, kid makes it to the giant. Giant's like, I am not a gun. Then the army who was convoying away notices the giant, and you think they'd be gone by now. I mean, for crying out loud, the kid almost died, the giant ran away, and the town got covered in a thick layer of snow. Isn't the army supposed to be efficient and quick and shit? Whatever. They turn back and shoot at the giant, so he runs away with the kid, and Dean's like, stop shooting at him. He only reacts defensively, and he's got the kid with him. So Angel's like, I'll deal with it. Turns to the general and says, he says I killed the kid. We must destroy at all costs. What a bitch, yo. That guy can go to hell and deep throw the cactus. Fuck that guy. Big army response. Mom does sick J turn to follow the giant that has a kid. Wait a minute, where's Dean? Wasn't he following the giant too on his bike? Whatever. Turns out Big Guy can fly, and he gets shot at some more, and he fights demons, then gets sniped out of the sky. By the way, pretty sure Iron Man stole their fighter jet bit from this scene. They crash land, the kid passes out, but giant guy thinks that he's dead. And the army is still arming, so he chooses violence and uses space tech to vaporize them, goes on a tear in his Decepticon form, so they decide to lure him away from the town and nuke him with a nuclear sub. But then the mom and Dean get to the kid, and he comes to, gets conscious, then runs over to the giant, saving a whole ship from his Kamehame chest ha, and he risks his life to tell him, you don't have to be a gun, you are who you choose to be. So the giant comes to, yeah. He snaps out of it, and they go to show the general that he is friendly, and he believes that. But Super Kent snatches the telecommunication device out of his hand and orders the sub to launch the nuke at the giant's current location, which is right where they are. And Kent's like, fuck you, fuck my country, fuck this shit, I wanna live, I'm out of here. They keep him here to die with them, but the giant has other plans. He tells the kid, you stay, I go, no follow. It's not like he can, big metal moron. Alright, I'm just being a dick, I like ruining cute moments, okay? He takes off skyward to bear the full brunt of that nuke on his own, saving everyone, and the kid is obviously sad, but whatever, c'est la vie, am I right? Life goes on. Dean fucks his mom, and the general sends the kid the only recovered piece of the giant, which gets a big no way in hell that happens for me, because you just know that they're gonna keep any leftover piece and study the living shit out of that thing, no matter how small it is. But anyway, that tiny jaw screw can start on its long voyage all the way over to Iceland, where most of the probably considerably radioactive giant is starting his reassembly process. Yay. This movie gets 18 watts out of 18 Australian dollars.
Show me, I can see the bottom line of it. Rush first. Decided to play Obi-Wan tender.
Welcome to The Hateful Eight, which is 3 hours long. I don't know why I keep picking these fucking long-ass movies to make videos about. Just making it harder for myself, but anywho, this movie takes place a little after the American Civil War, and all the characters in this movie are on their way to a place called Red Rock. However, there's a big-ass blizzard going on, and they're forced to take shelter in Minnie's haberdashery. And for anybody who's not aware of what a haberdashery is, like me when I first watched this movie, it's basically a place where you can buy sewing equipment and other stuff and shit that you forgot to pack in your travels and old times, and I guess it also serves as a rest stop for these old times, so you can hang there when you're tired on long trips, I guess. Now, there are a bunch of characters in this movie, but as the name would suggest, 8 main hateful ones. We got General Smithers, an old fuck that fought on the black people hating side of the war, and he fought in the Battle of something Rouge. I don't fucking remember its name, but it's called something and then a Rouge, in which he killed a bunch of black POWs. And he's on his way to Red Rock to bury his son, who he believes died there because his son went over there for business a few years ago and never came back, which means he died there. We got Major Marquise Warren, played by Samuel Jackson. He too was fighting in that war, however he was on the other side, obviously, and he was really good at killing white folks. So good that they put a bounty on his head during the war, and it was really big, but it kept getting smaller and smaller because everyone who came after him would die because he was so good at killing people, and eventually after the war ended, it went down to 0. And Marquise fought in the Battle of something Rouge too, and he is on his way to Red Rock because he wants to claim some bounties that he got. John the Hangman Rouge. He is also a bounty hunter, but he is a special kind of bounty hunter. He likes to bring in his bounties alive so he can watch them hang, hence the name John the Hangman Rouge. However, everyone in this movie, including everyone watching this movie, thinks this is a dumb idea. He should just kill him and bring him in and take the bounty. And he's on his way to Red Rock in a private horse-drawn carriage to bring in Daisy Domergue, who is handcuffed to him in that carriage. Daisy Domergue is a part of a really big bad gang, and she has a huge ass bounty on him. And we also got Chris Mannix. Now, Chris Mannix and his father, but mainly his father, had a rebel gang that was part of the Confederate side called the Mannix gang, rebel group, whatever, fuck, I don't care. And they basically had really shitty war practices. And he's on his way to Red Rock because he's supposed to be the new sheriff of Red Rock. Oswaldo, some British fella who's a hangman, and he's going to Red Rock to do the hangings of Red Rock. Joe Gage, some fucker that sounds like he gargles marbles, and he's on his way to somewhere outside Red Rock to spend Christmas with his mother. And then we got Bob, some Mexican dude taking care of Minnie's haberdashery for Minnie while she's gone. And now it's worth mentioning that everyone in this movie recognizes each other somehow. I don't know how this is. America's a big place, but I guess these times there were less people there, so it kind of makes sense. But fuck it, who cares? Whatever, moving on. Now let's get into the action movie. And after some long-ass shots of the frozen wilderness and Jesus, we got Major Marquis Warren sitting down the middle of the road on his bounties that he was collecting, and a horse-drawn carriage comes along and he asks if he could ride along with them because his horse got fucked because it was old. And after some friendly threatening at gunpoint by the passenger, who is John Ruth handcuffed to Daisy Domergue, he's like, come on in! And then after some more long-ass shots of the frozen forest, horses and Daisy licking her own blood after she got elbowed in the nose by John Ruth because she called him stupid. And this is a huge factor why this movie is so long. Long-ass shots like this. I understand it was shot in glorious 70mm equipment, and you want to flex your pan vision on us all, and credit where credit's due, these shots look dope, but it's too fucking long. Anyway, after some more wasted time, John Ruth asks to see the Lincoln letter, which is a letter that was written from Abraham Lincoln to Major Marquis during the war, which Marquis always keeps on. And he reads it, and he's like, see this shit, bitch? He and the president were pen pals. That's so fucking cool. What the fuck? So after Marquis yeets her out of the fucking carriage, John also gets yeeted out the carriage. Marquis stops the carriage, he goes out, he gets the Lincoln letter, and then he goes back and he sees a dude running in the snow, and he's like, hey John, someone else is in the snow. And John uncuffs himself from this bitch and he goes over to check it out. The hell, dude, she could run away. I mean, there's nowhere for her to go, granted, but you really want to risk her giving it a shot and then you'd have to waste time and effort running after her and handcuffing her back to yourself again. So the dude from the snow turns out to be Chris Mannix. His horse got fucked too, and a reluctant John lets him in the car, or the carriage, but he makes a deal with Marquis to protect his bounty while he protects his bounty, so, you know, they protect each other's bounties. Because he doesn't trust Chris and his whole I'm gonna be the new sheriff of Red Rock story. So Marquis agrees and they ride off, and after some more wasted time, some casual racism by Chris and a little history lesson about Marquis, they arrive at Minnie's habitation. Oh, and the whole movie is divided into these chapters. Cool, I guess. So they arrive there and they do the bite bomb. And John's like, hey, where the fuck is Minnie and Sweet Dave? Sweet Dave, I think, runs the place with Minnie. They're not here, I'm running the place while they're gone. Okay, cool. Nice hat, thanks. So John goes in the haberdashery and Bob and Marquis put in the horses inside the stable and put the riding shit with them and lay out some food, I guess, while OB, the driver, and Chris lay out a line from the haberdashery to the shit house and from the stable to the haberdashery. Because even though there's a blizzard, they still have to take shits and feed the horses. And they do this in another unnecessarily long shot. Not only that, but these idiots keep walking to and from the metal stakes they're gonna plant it to the ground instead of just carrying them with them. These fucking idiots. Wasting time. Shit. Anyway, in the stable, Marquis is immediately suspicious of Senor Bowden. After that, they're all finally inside the haberdashery, and there were a bunch of people already there inside the haberdashery. I really like that word. You're gonna hear me say it a lot. Fucking deal with it. These people are the super racist old fuck, and the dude that sounds like his vocal cords are made out of sandpaper, and the extremely British Oswaldo Mowbray. At this point, in the interest of time, I think it's very important that I show you something I like to call the hate chart, which shows who hates who and why. Alright, real fast. Marquis hates Daisy because she's racist and she spit on his letter. Chris hates Joe for being ugly. John hates Chris for shitty war practices. Chris hates Marquis because he's black, and Marquis hates Chris because he's racist. Joe hates John for taking his guns by force. Well, he didn't take him yet, but he's gonna. The old fuck also hates Marquis because he's black, and Marquis obviously hates him because he's super fucking racist and because he also killed a bunch of black POWs during the fucking battle of something rude. John hates Daisy for being a bitch, and Daisy hates John because he captured him and dragged him halfway across the country with fucking hands, so duh. Marquis hates Bob because he thinks he's lying, and Bob hates Marquis because he doesn't trust him. And as well, though, he's just chilling, you know, he's cool. So they're in there, and paranoid John thinks that one of the people that was already in there is working with Daisy and wants to get her free by killing her. So with the help of Marquis, he takes Joe Gage's guns by force, and Oswaldo just hands his over. Then he tells OB to throw the guns down the toilet in the shit house. However, John doesn't intend on killing anyone, he's just doing this as a precaution, since they're all gonna be stuck here for a few days till the blizzard finishes, or blizzes, or fucking blizzard goes by. Wait. Then they all sit down to have some stew, and John uncuffs Daisy so they can both eat like normal human beings. Then OB comes back freezing his ass off, and John finds out that Marquis's Lincoln letter is actually fake. Marquis made it up to disarm white people, because white people feel better when they know that the black person corresponded with the president. So after that, Marquis takes a bowl of stew and gives it to General Oldfuck, and they sit down to have a small little chat about life post-war, while Bob starts playing the piano. And Oldfuck tells him that he's here to bury his son and whatnot. He's like, that's interesting. I know your son. Then he he puts down a gun next to the old fuck, and the old fuck's like, you knew my son? You see, this fucker's son went out there to find his fortune, so to speak, and that fortune came in the form of a bounty that was on Marquise's head. It was still at $5,000 at the time. But when he got there, you know, obviously he couldn't do it because Marquise is so good. He got the drop on him first, and he started begging for his life and telling him his whole life story, which is a big mistake, because when he found out that he had this fucker's son with him, he was never gonna live. So he made him strip down naked and walk for 2 miles or so in the snow, and then literally made him suck his dick. So after he tells that to the old fuck reaches for the gun, but because Marquise is fast as fuck and this guy's old as shit, he kills him first. And the way he killed him was fair game, because the old fuck reached for the gun first. At this point, Bob has stopped playing the piano while he closed it, and I did not alter the length of this black screen at all. This is generally how long it is in the actual movie. The fuck you filming Panvision here, Quentin? It's just a black screen. Anyway, some narration starts, which feels hella out of place since this entire movie had no narration until now. Obi and Joe Gage throw Smithers' body out, and Chris, who was very fond of Smithers because he was a fucking Confederate general or whatever, claims Smithers' coat. Joe and Obi come back, and then John and Obi have some coffee while Daisy sings a song about John's death. Then he takes the guitar that she was playing on and smashes it against a pillar, then handcuffs himself to her again. And this is where the movie really spices up. You see, the narrator mentioned a bunch of useless shit, but he did mention one very important thing, which is that while everyone was distracted by Marquise killing Smithers, someone poisoned the coffee. And now John and Obi are puking blood, and then John tries to fight Daisy, and pukes blood in her face, then he takes his gun and shoots him in the stomach and kills him. Then Marquise steps in and takes the gun away from her and lines everybody left alive up against the wall to find out who the fuck poisoned the coffee. Then he brings Chris over to the scene because he doesn't think that he poisoned the coffee since he was about to drink from it, until John and Obi started puking blood, and John warned him with his last dying breath that the coffee was poisoned. Wait, why doesn't this bullet penetrate John's body to injure Daisy, like the rest of the bullets that penetrated all other bodies? Now Marquise starts to interrogate the 3 peeps on the wall, but especially Bob. He mentions how the stew that they ate tasted an awful lot like Minnie's stew. Then he uncovers Sweet Dave's chair from the shit that's on top of it, and he finds a blood stain. And he also mentions how Minnie would never leave her haberdashery, the most precious thing to her in this entire world, in the hands of a Mexican since she hated Mexicans. And he concludes that he killed Minnie and Sweet Dave, and he shoots a shot in his stomach, but the blood splatter comes out of his chest. Then he shoots another shot into his chest, but the blood splatter comes out of his stomach. Bob drops to the ground, and he shoots 2 shots in his head and blows his brains out. Then he threatens to pour all the coffee down Daisy's throat if none of them come forward with who poisoned the fucking coffee. Then Joe Gage speaks up, but after that, some dude in the basement shoots Marquise in the nuts. Then Oswaldo pulls out a hidden pistol and shoots Chris, but Chris lands a better shot on him, but doesn't shoot Joe Gage because he's unarmed. And all this from the nut shot to the next chapter screen was shot in slow motion, which is cool until you realize that most of it was just Samuel Jackson screaming. Next up, we cut to earlier that day when Bob, Oswaldo, Joe Gage, and Channing Tatum arrived. Then they killed Minnie, Sweet Dave, and all Minnie's workers and their stagecoach drivers, but left the old guy because he added a nice touch, and they just told him to keep his mouth shut. Then Channing Tatum hid in the basement waiting for the opportune moment to strike. So as it turns out, they're all part of a gang, a big bad gang, okay? They'll have huge bounties on their head, which begs the question, how the fuck did neither John nor Marquise, who are very good bounty hunters, recognize any of them? I just want to go back a little because I have a few questions. Number 1, why did they wait so long to kill John Woo? Wouldn't it have been smarter to kill him when he was closing the fucking broken door in the beginning of the movie? And the only people inside the haberdashery at the time were people that were in on the plan? That seems like a pretty fucking opportune moment for me. Number 2, how the fuck does Oswaldo shoot the blaze of jelly beans from this angle and her chest at the same time? How the fuck does board physics in this movie work? Number 3, how can ultra racist, super fucking cunt bag old guy stand to say this haberdashery since it's owned by a black person and have black people working for them? And number 4, how the hell did Minnie not notice that Bob was Mexican? She literally had a sign hung up that said no fucking Mexicans allowed without the fucking. You get my point, how did she not notice? Whatever, let's cut back to prison time and they tell Channing Tatum to come out with his hands up, and he comes up and looks at his sister, then they blow his head off and splatter his brains all over his sister's face. And another example of fucked up bullet physics in this movie. This bullet was powerful enough to blow his head clean off, and he was positioned in such a way that his blood would perfectly splatter all over his sister's face like this. However, the bullet did not travel through his head and kill her too, it just hit an invisible wall. Moving on, Daisy now mad as fuck and now the leader of the gang since her brother was the leader and she was second in command, so now she's in command because he was fucked. Tells Chris that he has done nothing that she cannot forgive yet, and if he kills Marquise, she's gonna give him all the bounties of all the dead gang members, and the 15 gang members that she has waiting for her in Red Rock won't kill him once he gets there. Then Marquise shoots her in the foot to shut her the fuck up, then he shoots the Englishman. At this moment, Joe Gage reaches for a hidden gun under the table and attempts to kill Marquise, but this dipshit, instead of just trying to kill Marquise, kicks up the chair behind him, makes it so fucking obvious that he's trying to shoot Marquise, who right now is hyper alert, adrenaline filled, and already has a gun pointed in his general direction. What a fucking idiot. So after Marquise shoots and kills Joe Gage, he runs out of bullets to kill him. Then Chris trolls Marquise and Daisy into thinking he's gonna make a deal with her, and he's like, "Soik, I don't believe you got 50 people waiting in Red Rock City." Then he passes out, and Daisy cuts John's arm off and tries to go for a gun, but then he wakes back up and shoots her in the stomach. Then Marquise and Chris decide to hang the bitch like John Chris intended, and then after they watch her die, Chris reads the fake Lincoln letter, and I guess they both let out and die. This movie gets a wild out of the west. Welcome to the Incroyables! We open up with superhero interviews and a car chase with guns that do no real damage. A chase that Mr. Incredible wants to stop, but first he must help this old lady get her cat out of a tree by ripping the tree out of the ground and shaking the cat out of it. Overkill much? Don't you have super strength, therefore in turn super jumps to jump up to the cat and take it out of the tree without doing all the shit? Also, no way a tree that big has a root system that shallow. Maybe it does, I'm not a treeologist, whatever. Cat gets saved and he stops the robbers with the tree, and in the real world they'd be dead. Also, the tree would be really dangerous putting it back in there like that without replanting it. But again, not a treeologist. I don't know. Dude gets in his 1980s self-driving rocket Tesla, ejects his biggest fan who just showed up in his car because he wants to help him and be a sidekick, although he is not super and kind of useless and annoying. And he goes over to stop another crime with Thickness herself, Elastigirl. Then catches a suicidal man midair jumping from one building into another, where yet another crime is taking place. Fucking hell, this city has more crime than Gotham. The crime taking place is one by a certain Bon Voyage robbing a bank. And he attempts to foil his plans only for an incredibly retarded boy to come on his rocket boots and foil his plans of foiling Bon Voyage's plans because he really wants to help and be useful. And he's like, I'm gonna go call the cops for you. We don't need to do that. Like, the cops are already at the bottom of the building because someone was jumping off it, you fucking moron. Anyway, while doing that, Monsieur Terroriste sticks him with a bomb. The Bob sees it, tries to go and save the kid, hangs on to him, cuts the bomb off. The bomb lands on train tracks, blows up train tracks. Now Mr. Incredible has to go save this train and stop it like Spider-Man. He gets rid of Dumbass Boy and goes to a wedding. His wedding. He's getting married to Elastigirl. Mazel tov. Then right after he gets sued by the suicidal dude that he saved and all the opportunistic passengers on that fucking train that he also saved. And a whole buttload of soups gets sued by a whole buttload of regs, which leads to all soups being outlawed and forced into living out the rest of their lives normally using their secret identities. 10 years later, Bob's fat, 3 kids, and this is a perfect time to explain who is who and has what powers. Bob is Bob. He got super strength. Helen is super stretchy. Kid 1, Violet, can go invisible and make force fields. Kid 2, Flash 100-yard dash. If you're a dense kid that didn't get that, that just means he can go really fast. Kid 3, Jack. His powers didn't kick in yet, so they think he has none, but it'll come in later and he can transform basically whatever he wants. Samuel Jackson, aka Frozone. He can free shit. And Buddy has no powers. He can just invent shit. Smart, I guess. Back to it now. Bob's fat, working a desk job with an SPS shitty boss. I'm probably correct on the SPS, but look at how small he is. There's no way he has a big dong, or even average sized dong. Anyway, Dash gives his Stewie-headed teacher extreme paranoia by pranking him with superpowers he's not supposed to show and keep hush hush. Violet crushes over a dude and uses her superpowers to avoid him in broad daylight. No one is standing on her side or looking at her direction to see this shit, and that's bullshit. Whatever. Dad's Depresso Espresso. He hates his boring, monotonous job and is thinking about slitting his wrists with fucking laser cutters. That's the only thing that work, right? He's in a stupid, boring rat race and he gets home even more pissed than at dinner. Mom talks to the daughter like, what's wrong, honey? Haven't touched your food. I'm not hungry for meatloaf. Then what are you hungry for? She hungry for another type of meat. Tony's dick.
Shut the fuck up, you
So they start fighting, powers are used, someone knocks on the door, and it's a black man, it's Frozone. He's here to pick up Bobberino to go bowling, which is code for let's listen to a police radio for trouble and fight crime, which we're not supposed to do. They obviously do that, and save a bunch of people from a fire, and at least one of these people is now, at the minimum, crippled, because they busted through a wall with them on their backs, and accidentally ended up in a jewelry store. A cop comes in, Frozone freezes him, and they get away. Being frozen like that, A, he should be dead, and B, if he's not dead, his eyes should not be able to move like that, because they are also frozen. Bob gets home to Helen, and she finds out that he's been fighting crime. She does not approve of that, and they have a small fight. Skip, boring. Bob almost dislocates his boss's head because his boss was giving him shit about doing his job properly, then throws him through multiple walls because he finally had enough of his crap, and somehow this only results in injury. There are so many deaths in this movie that aren't deaths, and it's pissing me the fuck off, but it's a kid's movie, whatever. Agent Kate comes over, the government who is responsible for covering up the screws shit. Like, I paid for everyone to keep a trap shut, but I can't afford to relocate you again. That's a lie. I know how big your defense budget is. Thanks for understanding, bye. Bob helps him let go from his job now and goes home, finds in his briefcase an early version of an iPad that's scanned with a woman saying that she knows who he is and she could use the help of a superhero, gives him this mission to do in return for big cash value. He jots down all the details. The message self-destructs, which shuts off the sprinklers in his house. I'm curious to know how he bullshitted his way out of setting off the sprinklers to his wife. That's not important. He decides to call the woman from the iPad and do the mission behind his wife's back, telling her he's going on a bee's knees for work. Gets on a spy plane with a bitch. She briefs him on his mission, which is to kill this big ass tentacle with arms that her secret whatever organization built. Who were foolish enough to give it AI, so it became self-aware and went rogue. And his job is to kill it really fast because it learns his attacks shit. So be efficient and not to do too much damage to it because it costs them a lot to build and they want it back. So they shove his fat ass in a magic 8-ball and drop him on the island where the big testicle is. He runs around a bit and finds this big bowling ball with arms. He fights it a bit. They drop down on the ground, shoot some lava, throws it into lava. It sinks into the lava. Shouldn't sink into lava. At least not that fast. Shit doesn't sink that fast into lava. Actually, it probably depends on its density, I guess. Moving on. It survives the lava and hops out, gets a hold of him and stretches him out. Only ends up fixing his back, so he rips his head off and jumps into its body, forcing it to do some friendly fire on itself and rip its own heart out. He walks away. Snowball and her boss are watching like, impressive. We need to bring him back. And also have dinner with him. So she invites him to dinner. He shows up and she walks through a lava curtain to meet him. That shit is so impractical, fucked up, hard to achieve. It's just actual lava. How are they not dying from this? Okay, Mr. Incredible is incredible, but how is she surviving this? Not a single bead of sweat is running down her fucking face, man. How even is this possible? Is the whole place just a giant freezer to allow for this one fucking gimmick in this stupid ass room? Whatever. They eat food, talk about her boss. Her boss wants to keep his anonymity. He goes home in a better mood, starts losing weight, boosted testosterone, new car, spends more time with kids, has sex with Elastigirl. Think of the Elastigirl pussy, my dude. The possibilities. No. That's enough. I don't wish to be horny anymore. I wish to be happy. November's almost over. One must stay strong. My guy gets another mission, but first he goes to his old suit maker to fix his suit because it got a tear in the fight, and Edna decides to go above and beyond for him and make him a completely new suit as well as fixing this one. But no capes because they lead to disasters. And after that, his wife finds slot fur on his old suit and hears him talk to a female on the phone and she's like, who that hoe? That's a business meeting. Gotta go. He goes over to the island again and they treat him like a VIP. Nice food, nice place, nice whatever, until he gets attacked by another bigger, badder testicle with arms. Turns out that the boss of Snowball is Buddy, or Bob's biggest fan, who turned evil because Bob turned away his help as a kid, turned into evil Tony Stark, sold weapons to governments and shit, but kept the best shit for himself, including this point-at-you, freeze-you gun in his glove, which he uses to toy around with Bob until he throws him away and loses him for a quick second because he's too cocky. Bob jumps off a waterfall and hides in a cave, so Buddy sends a bomb down there to kill him, then sends the world's shittiest recon drone to find out if he's dead or not. The drone gets down there like, yes, yes, seems clear to me, and reports back that Bob is dead, but no, he was hiding behind a dead body. He was hiding behind a skeleton. How do you not see him through the bones? Actually, skeleton's on a rock. He was probably hiding behind that rock. Whatever. That skeleton belongs to a dead body, obviously, of a dead super that went missing and Bob read about in the news, called Gay Bitch. Gazer Bitch. Gazer Beam, who carved the word in the cave before he died, who carved the word Kronos in the cave before he died. So Bob waits till nighttime and jumps off a cliff like Kiwi. If you don't remember Kiwi, you're too young, and you don't know what true sadness is. He lands on a transport pod and to cut the shit with a flaming hot knife, he breaks into Buddy's facility by passing all the guards and super shitty security. Where are the security cameras? There are no cameras. Seriously. Also, look at this clip. Okay, good aim, Bob. These three are occupied. But what about the first guy there is directly on top of the door that you want to enter through? How do you not see you get in? There's some more bullshit, man. I done digged it out. Tell you about the Anyway, I digress. He gets to the lava curtain room and attempts to breach it with the only acceptable emoji on Reddit, only to have it open before he breaches it with Snowball coming out preoccupied by looking at her iPad. He puts Dum Dum One Gum Gum down and rushes through the curtains behind her after she leaves, barely makes it through, sees his big ass computer and he hacks it. Say hack, but he saw it needed a password and guessed it was Kronos because Gay Bitch wrote on the fucking cave. And he finds out that Buddy has been luring superheroes for years, testing big ass super killer machines on them, picking them off one by one till he got to the biggest one to pick him off and then do an evil plan. Then when he tries to leave, his suit activates a homing beacon which sets off all these sticky ball guns and lights up the room to shoot at him and incapacitate him with all the sticky nutsacks stuck to his body, stopping him from moving. Motherfucker got all the way in there and the fucking homing beacon blinking is the shit that got him caught. Maybe it was the homing beacon's special waves that it sent through the air that triggered some sort of sensor that got him caught. But that's besides the point. He should not have gotten this fucking far. Whatever. Homing signal was activated by Helen because she saw his old suit had a repaired tear in it, so she contacted Edna and went over there and found out he back doing hero shit, and Edna made the whole family suits to fit all their special powers and included GPS trackers in each and every one of them. And when she activated Bob's, that's when he got Fukit. Now she wants to go get him after a quick and fabulous pep talk by Edna. She goes home, talks to her children like, kids, stay at home and take care of each other, but they find out about the suits because they have extremely silent opening doors. I'm pretty sure in this shot she closed it and it's opening the next. She then borrows a jet from Troll Face Guy, flies over to Buddy's island and requests permission to land, but no answer. So she gets kind of, what's going on in here? She's like, so better safe than sorry. She turns on autopilot, goes to put on her suit, and I'm not too sure that's how you turn on autopilot, but I'm not a pilot, so fuck it, whatever. She then finds out that her kids snuck onto the plane with her and called the babysitter for Jack, but then missiles get launched at them. So she gets back into control of the plane and tries to shake them as best she can, while Vi tries to put a force field around the plane as best she can, but all fails. So she flexi wraps herself around her children while the missiles hit the plane explodes and goes into pieces. They fall into the ocean but survive. Notice the missiles left a trail over to the island, so they make their way over there by having Helen morph into a boat while Flash rides her ass and motorboats and Tom all the way over there. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the sentence I just said. It is completely factual. So while that was happening, Buddy had Bob trapped in an electrical thingamajig. Like, who did you call? I didn't call anybody. I know what he's talking about. So he plays his wife's voice asking for permission to land and that there are children on board while he launches missiles at her. Bob listens to his family die, or so he thinks, and gets really mad, then somehow gets a hold of Snowball and threatens to crush her to death if he doesn't let him go. And Buddy goes, fucking do it. I dare you. I double dare you. I double dog dare you. Do it. But he can't, because it's not that type of guy, you feel me? Helen and the kids meanwhile have arrived at the island, and she tells them to chill in this cave for a bit while she goes to save her dad and to put these masks on to protect their identity, because it's the most important thing they fucking have. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Those masks ain't protecting shit. All these things do is give you a really weird tan line when you take them off, making you incredibly sus when you do take them off. Completely defeating their purpose, so seriously, shut up. That cave that she left them in soon has to be evacuated because Doofus here is launching his big rocket with a big testicle in it over to their hometown to cause havoc and shit. And the exhaust fumes for that rocket are exhausted through this cave. In the meantime, Helen broke into his facility and saw the rocket, checked herself out. No!
We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
She then goes, oh, help me, Step Bob. I'm stuck in 3 separate fucking doors. Guards come to deal with this, but they alert no one else to just try and deal with it on their own because they're fucking retards. She frees herself and defeats them with her front thighs, then hides their bodies in some fucking place. And somewhere in between finding which room Bob's in and actually going to save him, there's a massive leak in time where you get a child who's waking up and jumps in the morning, getting blocked by a surveillance parrot and getting chased down by a bunch of NPCs. How has nobody ever noticed this leak in time? Why has nobody questioned it? What the fuck is he doing about this whole time? Doesn't matter. Snowball gets mad at Buddy because he played with her life and she kidnapped Mr. Incredible, but she frees him and tells him that his family's still alive on the island, so he gives her a hug, which Helen sees because she just got to the room and she's like, you cheating whore, relax, kid. Y'all never get up to the last one except for a normal girl. They make up and go save their kids who are being chased by NPCs on the flying machines off Higby Discs. Lots of bullshit happens and I'm too lazy to comment on, but Dash goes zooming and runs on water, Vi goes disappears and dives in water. Then they team up, Vi does this force field around both of these nuts, around both of these kids, and Dash hamps the balls in their way until they bump into their parents and fight some guards off as a unit together, a big family, yay. Till Buddy shows up and he takes them back to his facility and puts them in this electricity to the shack shit. Explain to them his evil plans, but he's gonna send his big ass ball over there to terrorize the people and destroy the town. Then he comes over to the fucking cheat codes and beats it, yay, there's a new superhero and he's the only superhero, great. And then when he gets bored, he'll just sell his inventions to all the people so everybody's super, and then no one is super. So he goes off to do this plan of his because the ball's already there. All he has to do is fly over to the city and save it without even attempting to kill them first or even inspecting the kids' powers to see if they can escape his contraption because he's a dumb ginger. And what do you know? Vi force fuels out of the fucking thing and frees herself and the family. They attempt to escape to go back to the city and save it while the staff are celebrating being evil, and only Snowball sees them running into fucking security cameras. So there are security cameras. Then how the wholesale Chickendale ponytail fuck did nah, fuck it. I don't want to. I'm done. I'm moving on. They find a Venom with the help of Snowball. They get into another rocket and she launches them over to the city where Buddy is at playing pretend, defeating his own robot with the remote control he has on his arm that controls it. But don't forget, Dipshit gave it AI, so it learned that this remote control controls it and removed it off of him and launched him into a fucking building. He gets knocked out. The Incredibitches get there with the other rocket, and I can't help but think that they could have found a different way to ride this rocket without stretching the shit out of this bitch like that for who knows how long. But they do get there. The van lands, survives all of this, the landing and this shitty ass parking. They start fighting the tumor with legs. It tries to teabag the kids to death, but Dad to the rescue. Frozone then shows up to help after he found his super suit. They find Buddy's remote and fuck with it a bit, try to keep it away from the ball. Lots of shit happens in between them. Then Bob ends up with one of its claws and the rest with the remote pressing random buttons to see how what works and shit like that. And Frozone slowing down the behemoth. Then Bob remembers, because he fought that old one, that the only thing is strong enough to take it out is itself. And the claw he's holding is like a rocket launcher because of all the random button pressing. They accidentally turn it on and they accidentally turn it off again. He's like, no, press it again. She's like, wait till it gets closer. We only get one shot. How the fuck did you know that he means to shoot his own claw at it, you dumb bitch? You weren't even looking when you had it activated. Whatever, they shoot the claw at it, it takes its own power source out and they win. After that, Agent K's there like, people like you again, that's cool. Mom calls babysitter, that's freaking out because Jack is getting his powers and she doesn't understand what's happening.